put that one document together. And I think it's in our regular board meeting though. I think it got posted there. It's not here.
Yeah.
And then
Lisa, there's an attachment to the board agenda under COVID updates, and you can leave that item there. But if you could also add it to this committee meeting.
And then if that's accessible to the special board meeting with the legislators too.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so I didn't know, no, Jackie costed out those pieces, but then we really do need to mention enrollment and how that'll negatively impact our budget this year. And then has there been any headway on the application for educational benefits? I mean, the last numbers I had in my head were 168 families fewer than last year at a loss of $460,000 for next year's compensatory revenue. And I didn't know if that number had changed at all. So we were going to do
check with Jackie to see where we are with that, because she was going to review numbers after the latest deadline.
Mm-hmm. Those two data points are, directly tied to our advocacy efforts about budgeting for the next biennium, as far as school or state aid and support and what that looks like for districts. And I think we just need to tell our local story. So those two data points aren't on the cost revenue sheet that Jackie had put together.
Right. Those were hard costs and hard revenue.
Right.
But I can tell you that I'm just going to run a quick number. It's about $1.2 million in lost revenue because of enrollment. And I think we could probably say unless I hear differently from Jackie, probably $300,000 to $350,000 in lost revenue because of compensatory.
300 to 350. Okay.
Yeah, but I think we need to say that's a rough estimate. It might be lower or higher than that.
Right. And this is the best information we have at this time. And it's all shifting. So those were, so for the legislative meeting, we want to talk about those numbers. And then I think a lot of that will, some of that will tie into like MSBA's legislative platform, as far as the finance system. And I don't know how really deep to go into that. We also talked about one of the points on the MSBA platform is number 9 is close the digital divide. And there were some technology costs in Jackie's numbers, and those were large, like 270,000. And, but we had 180 families that needed hotspots and assistance knowing how to use and access that technology package.
Yeah, that number, Lisa, has that number, what's the latest number of families who have checked out a hotspot?
Hold that sheet up in a moment, just a second, please.
Okay.
So anyway, with the legislators meeting, I'd like to kind of talk it over with you guys about how do you want to parse out the time? I mean, I'd like it to keep it to a pretty tight hour because then we're starting a long meeting at 6. And I'm sure legislators are busy too. So, how much time do you think we should allot for, the Red Wing numbers? And then Sherry's presentation, I'm not sure how long that she's kind of timed that out. And then we usually have offered, if the student school board members had anything to offer, and I don't know if any of them are attending, then we've offered them 171.
Thank you, Lisa, for the info. It's 171.
Okay.
So at $20 a month, times 12 months. So it's over $40,000.
Okay. And
And Sherry, how long will your presentation last today, talking about the finance working group's recommendation?
I was only planning.
Oh, we lost you, Sherry.
Am I back now?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Okay. I was only planning to take 5, maybe 10 minutes. I want to give them what the purpose of the group was and kind of
Okay.
the long, this, because of where we are now, we have to look at this as a glide slope over time and just a kind of some key pointers. That's it.
Right,
Because they need
right.
to focus on other things right now.
right,
That's
right.
it.
Okay. Yeah, I would have given you more time because I think it's really important, and I think some of what we're experiencing now kind of points out some of those inequity pieces. And I know there's a real push for the equalization is part of a common platform piece amongst all the advocacy groups, and so yeah.
And you can certainly, lead by asking a question, Heidi, and I'll respond to that.
Sure.
We'll play it by ear.
Yeah, it doesn't have
Sherry?
to be mapped out to the minute.
From Red Wing's perspective, what do you think the 2 or 3 biggest items are in the working group's proposal?
I think the special ed piece is huge. If we use a glide slope to implement the proposal, the state would take care of its 60% with levies. But it would eliminate the cross subsidy over time.
Mhm.
That's huge. Kirsten, the way the original plan, up until the last 2 weeks, the plan really had taken the smaller, like Safe Schools levy and those smaller pieces that were add-ons, and it incorporated it into one formula. And I think then there were some pieces that Ed Minnesota wanted on. Those I don't think will ever be adopted. So I think looking at it, implementing all of it, but those pieces over time would be helpful to all districts. There is some board approved levy pieces in there though. And if you remember the last time we had board approved, it took a long time for school districts to implement all of those. So it kind of depends on boards too. It will work for them.
Right.
That makes sense?
All right. Heidi, do we typically ask the legislators to share their thoughts about the upcoming session, or?
Yes. And
Okay.
that was the third kind of piece. We offer them usually, and I would do that at the end, make sure that we get our message kind of out there. But we also ask, like, what are your committee assignments? What do you see ahead? What do you think you're going to be working on? So we absolutely allow them some time to kind of talk to us about what do they see ahead for themselves or for the whole session. So, yep. So I didn't know what was best to start with. I'd kind of like to start with Red Wing Public School numbers, because just kind of like painting that picture first. And then I think Gary's presentation about, there need to be some changes, and this is long-term work. And that, and kind of, I think we're talking a lot about equity pieces, whether it's in funding, whether it's in policy for facilities funding also. Mental health supports. I mean, some districts do well, others don't, it's just variable. And then leave them time at the end.
I think that's reasonable. If we finish early,
Okay.
we finish early.
Yeah. We might want a few minutes to breathe
Right.
before the school board meeting starts.
Heidi, are you thinking that, should we, what are your thoughts about sharing the platforms of the educational organizations? Is that for this committee or for the legislators as well?
No, I don't think it's our job to carry all of that forward. I like this committee to work over those pieces, and this has been the first opportunity where all of the platforms were actually available. I thought they were running just a tad late this year, and understandably so, because, you know, we're all dealing with other things that seem more critical of the moment. But I think some of that ties in, like number one on MSBA's platform is reform the school finance system. So obviously that's all. I don't know. I mean, and they'll get those pieces they can digest on their own, but it's especially not our job to carry forward, you know, the metro districts or SEE. We're not even members of those groups. It's mainly for our analysis to see what those commonalities are. And frankly, SEE, they've got a new, do they have a new director, this executive director? Or
MASA?
No, SEE. Anyway.
Oh, I don't know.
I wasn't real excited by their platform, so I haven't looked at it much. And MREA has a new executive director, and that's 15 pages long. So
yeah,
they're like
God.
reaching for a lot. You know, but they do point out the disparity in general education revenue. They had a statistic about how much the cross subsidy eats up the gen ed formula, and they're saying it's at 12% now, and it'll go to 15% over the next decade. You know, so I don't know. There's bits and pieces that I just think Red Wing should be aware of. And MSBA's is quite comprehensive too. They've got like 9 different pieces. And teacher shortage being one. And I think that gets into some equity issues. You know, are we growing our own here because we're encouraging people of color to pursue careers in education and getting that to college and platforming the support and then, you know, entering the workforce. But no, I mean, obviously I'm an MSBA director for a couple more weeks, so I feel like, well, you know, I'm pretty plugged into what they do. But I think we're going to have enough ground to cover just with our local story and Sherry's presentation and then their opportunity. And if the conversation, like Sherry said, if the conversation goes that way, then we have some supporting documents next to us here to kind of talk to some of those pieces. If we can provide a data point, say, about how much, you know, the special education cross subsidy, or you know, there's the commonalities seem to be a lot of emphasis on the safe schools levy and mental health for kids, and teacher shortage is another common one, and I think long-term facilities maintenance. Yeah, Arlen.
Oh, look at that. I remember to turn my mic on. I'm doing good already. I just looked and I heard you make a comment. MREA says 12% on cross subsidy, but we need to be telling our story. And I believe, aren't we up and closer to 20% or more?
That's cost, 12% cost. We're 20% is roughly our identification rate, or is it also costs? Maybe I'm not clear.
Sherry, do you know the cross subsidy amount for Red Wing?
I was just going to look it up. Is Jackie on the phone? I want to say it's like $860 per child, but let me look it up, and I want to know that number for sure.
Yeah, I thought it was like 2.4 million. So yeah, let's get that number.
Well, I meant for yes, individual per student in Red Wing. That's what I was talking about. Yep. Look it up.
By the way, Heidi, the MDE's latest report, as you said, shows that our compensatory is down 460,000. So I think we should say that number, but then also let them know that we've been vigorously calling all families to get that number down. So then we don't have to guess.
That was one thing I was going to look up too. So if anybody on this call can help with trying to explain, I think even to the board and the public, the compensatory revenue, I mean, the application for educational benefits drives much more than just the subsidizing of lunch. And I wanted to get at those other pieces about what are the other little revenue pieces that come in for, you know, that understand all of this supports the entire system in a way, you know, because you're trying to meet kids' needs. But I forgot that I was going to look that up. And what are the other pieces that drive that, the application for educational benefits, the other, because there's benefits across the system where it helps pay things, correct?
Yeah, the compensatory is the biggest, well, free and reduced lunches, obviously, and then compensatory is the largest one. There may be some others too, Sherry, but I don't know what they are offhand. I think we should just focus
Yeah.
on
Okay.
that. That's
All right,
yeah.
because that's the eye-popping number.
Yeah.
Okay,
If I could, we're in a difficulty because our way to get people to sign up for this funding was to try to get free or reduced hot lunch. What is the incentive for somebody to fill out the form other than to help our district? We need to recognize that incentive to fill out that form has been taken away from us. And it would seem logical to me that we be reimbursed based on the previous year, and that would continue until we have changes made that would encourage people to fill out that form, be it that the free and reduced lunch would have to come back if we quit funding 100%, or some other reason for it. Because that's the issue is we had the forms, people were filling it out, they got a benefit because they got free or reduced lunch, and that followed into the whole thing. The problem is that incentive is no longer there for us to dig into people's personal finances. Really, that's what it's asking us to dig into some way or other to get them to admit their financial situation to our district to forward onto the state.
Yeah, I think that is exactly right. There's no incentive, and so the numbers are down, and we don't want our general fund to be hurt because of it. Yeah, you said
Karsten,
it well.
the other piece, there's really no need for the form. The government actually has the numbers it needs through our tax reports. They could use that mechanism to determine that amount of money for each district. So there's other mechanisms than that form. That form is always problematic. Anyway, I know that came up a number of times in the work group, that there's other ways in data they already have that they could base that on, but you'd have to change how the law is written that says we have to do it on that form.
That makes a lot of sense to me to go that route, but yet we still need a stopgap measure
and
in
that's,
between here, because
Right.
I don't think we're the only district struggling to get
Oh,
people
no,
to fill out
no.
the form. So let's recognize that this is where we're at, gain us a year or two at
Right.
funding we should be getting.
Right. So
And
that's
other districts also, and then let's,
Right.
what Sherry says there, I like that, because then nobody has to do any digging. It's
Right.
just there. Makes total sense.
Right. And because of this COVID situation and the change in the federal government support driving no need to fill out the form, has created this dynamic. So it is problematic. You're right. It always has been. So at the top of MSBA's is when we talk about ensure that every public school in the state is able to provide a quality education system, allow districts for 1 year to use the greater of the 2019 or 2020 pupil counts for the general ed formula and the free and reduced counts for compensatory revenue. So they're saying if your counts were higher last year, please give us in the upcoming funding cycle, please let us submit last year's numbers, because this year's numbers have taken a nosedive through no one's fault, right? And for the urban schools, it's millions of dollars. I mean, so yeah, everybody's suffering this on some level. And I think it's pointing out, well, this was a difficult accountability system to start with, is what you're saying, Arlen, about making families accountable for filling out a dense form, that they may or may not understand. And
Well, it's not only that, it may or may not want to even admit to other people. There's a lot of people with pride that probably don't want to fill out that form.
Yeah, and of course, if we left the
trying to be accurate because they're fearful.
Yeah, and it's time, and people don't want to take the forms. They don't see the forms. I mean, it just goes on and on. Keeping the student count the same as last year would cost the state, over $100 million. So they're gonna have to decide where they want to put their money, if anywhere with education.
Right, right. So, but I mean, we're trying to advocate, this is a mess, I mean, we've experienced, and I think that's part of the story is the enrollment piece too, like, I just read another email that said, well, people are jumping out, going to private schools or doing something else or an adjacent district because they like their schedule better than our schedule. And it's like, yeah, I know it's all over. It's happening all over.
Yeah, online schools too.
Yeah. So I think we'll have a lot to say. We'll have to stay on point, I think, because I think there's a lot to go there, a lot of different directions to go in. Karsten, would you want to speak to teacher shortage at all and the substitute shortage piece? Because one of the solutions for substitute shortage is allowing people with AA associate degrees to substitute instead of BA level.
Yeah,
I just don't, I don't know. We're only a handful of states left that insist on the BA and the bachelor degree for a substitute. I don't want to dive too much into that other than to say, we know there's a teacher shortage. Now we have a substitute shortage. And again, it's just been exacerbated by the current circumstances.
and also, yeah, current circumstances as well as our own rules, that Minnesota, so we need the rule relief in order to make a difference. So, maybe we can play it by ear, Heidi, if you feel like
Okay.
we have some time, just throw it my way and I'll mention that.
Okay. Is there anything else that that people see out there as we must put this in front of them? Like Jackie's sheet, is there anything you want to specifically comment on the costs? And obviously, I think we need to take a moment to just, again, show gratitude for, the unexpected revenues we've gotten from different sources, some private, some governmental. And my email from Kirk yesterday said over $54 billion coming to public schools through the new federal bill. But we don't know how that's broken out.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit higher, but obviously
Okay.
you'd have inside info.
Well, it's 82 billion for like education altogether, and then 54 broken out for K-12, and then there's the higher ed piece, and then there's another chunk somewhere that I can pull up that email later.
Oh, no, higher ed, that makes sense. So,
Right.
Minnesota is usually right around, 2%. So, that's a pretty good windfall for us. I'm not going to say windfall, but you know what I mean. So
Okay.
it's about $1 billion.
Stepping away for 1 minute.
Okay. Do you, especially like the ongoing costs for childcare, sanitation, technologies, a very large number on Jackie's list, $270,000, including training. And to me, that's ongoing. How do we get better? How do we map, take the extra time to do that? That's a cost. Is there anything else that you would want to point out as a systemic issue or just add up the numbers?
Well, the internet access is the equity piece. Obviously, there are technology related costs, but I hate to bring it up too much because that was part of our referendum plan. We just had to do it a lot sooner. So, maybe we could at least mention that there are going to be ongoing technology costs related to this. And hotspots in particular are critical for kids who live in the country or in bluff areas or can't afford internet. So, and I don't know if that means direct payments to schools or maybe it's to counties so they can put up wireless networks. You know, I don't know what the answer is, but you know, we're going to need some funding to fix this once and for all.
Right. It's a la the rural electrification, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's not just, hey, it's nice to have this. It's kind of like, well, it's essential to deliver education and then health issues too, I think. But
Right.
where, what is your perspective on mental health for students? That's a really high concern.
I know. We didn't get a signature.
What do you think, Sherry? What can you share about?
Sorry. Can you say that again?
About mental health supports for students? What should our message be to legislators that they don't already know?
We need to make sure that there is funding for school counselors, school psychologists, and mental health therapists. I don't want to go back to a time when we had to have, you know, the state mandated what the ratios were, but
Yeah.
When we come out of this pandemic and we get kids back, there are going to be so many kids that need that kind of support to be successful in school.
Right. And that's one of the things I had read about, like a national call for treating every student as if, and they have, you know, trauma-informed instruction, you know, that how does it feel you've been away from your friends, which, you know, and then I got another email today saying how many kids are home alone with no support, you know, getting help, whether it's emotional, academic, or, you know, and I get it, you know, you know, kids are saying, I hate school, and how do you bridge that? And, you know, the lost generation. I mean, we really need some huge recovery effort. And I think it's critical in the mental health area. And I just haven't, you know, there's talk about, please allow us to double, either remove the cap or double the Safe Schools levy. Of course, that's levying, not aid. And I don't know, is that one of those formulas that's not equalized now? So that needs to be addressed, right? Anyway, so I think that's a message.
And that was part of the working group's proposal, was to increase that amount. It increased it and moved it into the big formula, so it was all one. But yeah.
So I just think everybody's going to need some help adjusting and, you know, kind of getting some lessons in resilience. Like, I'm a senior. What does this look like now? What do I do? Right? How do I adjust to post-secondary planning? All the way down to the little guys and girls that, you know, are alienated from school now.
You know, I also think that we might have to provide education next summer. And, you know, we might find that there are kids that we have to spend more time during the summer with some unfinished learning. And we're going to need staff, and we're going to need dollars to do that.
Yeah, I read on Facebook once recently that what we're going to need is a new deal for education, because, you know, otherwise we're going to have significant long-term impacts. And so this isn't just a quick fix with one-time money. This is on the scope of the new deal. Now, obviously saying that to Mike and Barb may not be, you know, the right message, but I think, you know, this is a big problem and we have to do some big things to fix it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for some innovation, for people to say this is an investment. You know, Mike always advocates for that. This is an investment in the future. And it really does need to be more so than ever now because of what our kids have gone through this year. And it's not a quick fix. Okay. I don't know. Arlen hasn't come back, and I'm not sure what else we need to cover. Any other ideas that we want to get out there?
I can't think of any.
I have to take a phone call, Heidi, but I don't have anything to add.
All right. Well, I guess what I'd like to do is call it, because I know we have a long night ahead of us, and we get a half-hour break before we're back at the table.
Sounds good.
All
All
right.
right, I'm back. I didn't miss too much, I guess, but thank you. I was
Okay.
kind of late.
No, I get it. We're gonna sign off, Arlen, and I'll see you back in half an hour.
Yeah, you got everything from me that you need. I pretty much, that's what I'm looking at is our cross subsidy, and everything else is
Yeah.
pretty straightforward what we need, so.
Good. I'll look
Good.
forward to your support on that conversation.
And we don't have to sign off, we just stay in here and come back, right?
You know,
One
I-
meeting for both.
yeah, it looked that way on my son when I logged into the meeting. We've generally posted it as a special board meeting in the past, though, so I wasn't clear if we should be posting it differently. And I thought
Heidi, it
that's
is posted as a special board meeting, but it's the
Right.
same meeting link because I didn't know
Okay.
how long your committee meeting would last.
all right. So I can just put you guys on hold and come back and wait the
Correct.
computer up. Okay, good.
We'll
Correct.
just do it for now and
All right. We'll see you back in a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
to order. Go ahead, Lisa, and you've got it streaming. Lisa, are we good?
She's next door, so I'll go check.
I see that it's recording. So
Okay.
why don't
Great.
I turn it over to you, Heidi, and you can get us started. Thanks, Lisa.
Okay. Well, Mike, we're going to do things a little differently this year because, hey, it's 2020, right? So we normally give you a legislative platform that we've decided on locally, but obviously we've been focused on COVID and the COVID response and the ongoing changes that we have to manage. So what we wanted to share with you, and I don't know, Karsten, if you can present like Jackie's, the hard numbers we got from our business manager, listing extra costs that we've experienced. It's very close to $2 million. And then some of the additional revenue pieces that we've gotten, donations, grants, CARES, relief money, et cetera, that add up to about 1.3 million. So we're going to tell you a little bit tonight about Red Wing Public Schools' story of COVID by the numbers. And Jackie's document, as I said, has some hard numbers, but we also want you to be aware of our enrollment decline, which is unfortunately quite significant. And of course, that translates into state aid dollars and the loss of those dollars also. We had planned last spring that we would be down potentially 130 students. We are now down 140. We participate, we may bottom out at 170 loss of students this year for Red Wing Public Schools. And that loss of additional 40 students calculated at $10,000 per student is an extra $400,000 that we will not receive in revenue if 170 turns out to be our bottoming out number. And then our application for educational benefits, or the families who fill out the form that say they need assistance for either a free or reduced price lunch, we are down, make sure I have the right number, 168 families fewer than last year in Red Wing Public Schools signed up for those benefits this school year. And right now, that loss of revenue will be $460,000 in next year's budget when we're planning for compensatory revenue in education. And compensatory revenue is used to address struggling students, to address extra needs. Often it buys down classroom space and other mechanisms like that. And Karsten, I believe you mentioned earlier in the previous committee meeting that we have lost $1.2 million total in revenue this year for our decline in enrollment. So please correct me if those numbers are wrong.
Yep, it's approximately that. You know, it depends on the ages of the kids and if it's full year or not, but that's a rough estimate.
So that's the first part of the meeting, and then we can go through some of the numbers you see on your screen. And then the second part of our meeting will be Sherry Johnson presenting. She is actually a co-chair of the School Finance Working Group, and they've been working for over a year now, trying to pull together some recommendations. And Sherry's going to just give you an overview of kind of what's coming, because that'll be presented in full at the legislature. And then we'd like to give you an opportunity, as we usually do, about, you know, what is your outlook, Mike? What is the work you've been actively involved in? And what do you see for the coming session? So do we have either Karsten or Jackie who wants to kind of go through some highlights? We don't have to go through every column on this document in front of you. And if you could enlarge it at all, I'd appreciate that.
Sure.
But
yeah, I'll just briefly cover some of the bigger items. Mike, and by the way, we understand that all legislators are in a difficult position this year because of the budget and vying competing interests. So we totally understand that. At the same time, we just want to refresh everyone's memory as far as some of the additional costs that we have this year because of COVID and our desire to come back to in-person instruction as soon as possible. So as you probably know, Mike, we decided to reopen Jefferson School this year. because without it and without some transportation changes, I think we'd have to be in distance all year long. That'd be my guess. And so we decided to keep Jefferson School. Of course, there's a cost with that in terms of some extra teachers, utilities. We needed a place to, for a dean of students and some of those things. We estimate that's about $300,000 in additional costs for this year. We also had to assign some teachers to online only because the governor required us to provide an online only option for kids. And so we did that for all kids in grades K through 12. Of course, 8 teachers equates to about $650,000 that we had to spend to make that happen. We also needed to hire some additional support personnel, to cover recesses and those kinds of things so that all of our kids, could participate in those activities with the small class sizes. We had a lot of childcare expenses because of the requirements. And of course, we had extra costs in technology as well as substitutes. So if you total all that up, it's about nearly $2 million in additional expenses that we had this year because of the requirements of online only and the desire to come back as soon as possible. Thankfully, we've had some help from the state and federal governments, as well as some private donations totaling $150,000. So if you total up all those revenue sources that you're probably aware of, it's about $1.3 million. So right now, the net cost us is about $600,000 so far. Jackie Heidi, is that what you're thinking of as far as information?
Right, just kind of an overview of sort of how the money is moving, as we respond to student needs and sanitation and, the governor's guidance, but we have ongoing costs with childcare and obviously the sanitation. There's a large price tag there on technology, and that's ongoing too, not just hardware, but also the training and providing internet access to our families that did not have access. We had to buy hotspots for those folks. And I've lost track of exactly what that number is or how much that costs. Carson, can you fill in that detail?
Yeah, we have about 170 families that needed hotspots. It's about $20 a month. So that's a $40,000 per year expense for us. But it's the only way we could provide the distance and hybrid learning. So it wasn't really a choice for us. Another related topic would be, we had to hire an outside group to provide online instruction. And so far the costs are about $38,000 for that. And that's just for one semester. So I'm sure we'll double that for the whole year. So another $76,000 total.
Any questions for us, Mike?
Well, holy cow. It's really unfortunate that we've had to incur these kind of costs. And, and then as we all know that, a lot of families their kids aren't enrolling back in school. So I assume they're going to either other private schools or parochial schools, charter schools, or are they doing public school online elsewhere?
That's a great question because we're really concerned about the lost student count. And it's yes to all of those. We've had dozens who have moved out of state, many to Wisconsin. And so, oftentimes they choose, where they're going to be, doing their distance learning, if it's Wisconsin or here in Minnesota. But as you said, we've lost some to parochial schools, some charter schools. Another big loss in terms of how many kids chose an online school like Connections Academy. And so they just decided to go that route. We've had some kids who are now homeschooled because they want to be back in school. Typically, there may be some who don't feel safe being in school, but some who want to be back in school and yet we are not back in school. So, we've lost some kids to homeschooling as well.
Sure. And do you have any idea of timeline of when we may get back to in-person learning?
Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that question. I think, well, I can speak for myself, and my guess is that I speak on behalf of most of the board members. We'll know for sure tonight because we're going to make some decisions tonight. We want to be back as soon as possible. Ideally, we could be back, right after Christmas, maybe January 12th. We are running into some barriers with the governor's latest safe learning plan in terms of timing of making decisions, when we can bring people back, how many people we can bring back at certain times. And I realize you don't have control over that, but it's creating a lot of angst among superintendents and board members across the state. It's been a really frustrating week or so, tangling with the new guidance there or the new requirements there.
Sure. Yeah. All I can do is give you feedback from what I'm getting from emails from people, and they're just begging for their kids to be able to get back in school. And some of the emails I've gotten are just really heartbreaking when you hear about students that were really good students and now they've really lost any interest in anything. So I'm really concerned about the mental health of our students going forward from having to deal with this. This is just an incredible thing to deal with at any age, and for our students it's even worse. So that's one area that at the Capitol that I'm going to be focusing on, is to ensure that we have whatever we can do for funding for mental health, because I think that's going to be a big issue here in the next upcoming year. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike, for that.
Right. I agree, Mike. We've talked, I know the legislative platforms of the other education advocacy groups in Minnesota, that's one of their priorities too, is either to expand the safe schools levy, and then making sure that we're really looking hard, because I think this is changing the face of public education. And so being creative, innovative, what else can we do differently that's going to work better or reach more kids or sustain that funding for mental health? So yeah, I think all of our board members have gotten those emails too about just what kind of a struggle it's been. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and the theme I hear from the parents is, and even from the kids, I've gotten quite a few emails from the kids, and they're just saying, we want to be with our friends. We need to be around our peers. So we need to have that social interaction. And so, yeah, it's challenging to figure out how can we do this safely, but yet get them the interaction that they really need and that they want. So I don't envy you folks at all at having to try to figure this out, but I'm going to do all I can to help out at the state level to figure it out as well. So,
and another, I think, big piece for a lot of districts too is staffing. So right now, because of community spread, our regular teachers, and then there's the additional online teachers that we've hired, but our ability to substitute too, our substitute fill rate is really low. And I think my personnel committee members, do you remember that number? Is it like 65%? Is it that low from teachers on call?
Yeah, about that number. Although we've hired some permanent subs for the year that helps mitigate that.
Right. But looking at Minnesota has a standard, and we're only a handful of states left that have the standard that in order to be a substitute teacher, you have to have a bachelor's degree. Other states don't require that. Most of them don't require that. So again, just rethinking how are we doing business and how can we do it differently or better that would support the classroom. Anything else on the numbers that any other board members want to share that are of high concern to them before we move on to Sherry Johnson?
Hi, this is Mike. I would just like to say, in relation to the teacher issue and the substitute issue, the state, I believe, could conceivably put a little more pressure onto the colleges and universities to actually try to train more teachers, to bring more people into the teaching system. It's been downplayed and down-talked for 30 years, and that negativity is really showing up in the lack of people interested in becoming a teacher. I don't know what exactly specifics are for teacher certification, but if we could encourage more people of color to get into the teaching profession, that would be a huge step forward, and I believe the state could help with that, Mike. You know.
This is Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Goggin. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. This is Jim.
Hey,
Thanks
Jim.
for taking time to be with us tonight. And you don't. Our task is ahead of us. We will meet it. I don't envy you and the other 66 senators and 134 representatives in the state that got to go forward and hear the cries of for more funding. And I don't mean that literally crying, but people are looking for money to help offset this cost. And we look forward to working with you to see if we can come up with some solutions, not always the problems, as we go forward. We will make a decision tonight on something with the schools opening at some point. Unfortunately, what we're going to be, it's just like anything else. There's going to be some that are happy, some that are indifferent, and some that aren't happy. It's just kind of like it was back in August when the governor gave us 3 options. But going forward, I hear the same thing that you've been hearing. Our kids are struggling. Our kids need to be in school, and we need to do something to get them back on the road to getting an education so they don't get so far behind. And we'll have a good dialogue on it tonight, and we will be in contact with you coming up here when you meet January, February at some point.
January 5th is when session starts.
Oh, lucky you. So,
yeah, odd numbered years we do the 2-year fiscal budget, biennium budget, and then the even numbered years is when we have the quote unquote shorter session with dealing with more infrastructure and bonding projects. So.
Yeah, and I'll use the old Tom Cruise movie. I can't remember the name of it. Show me the money. So we'll be there. Thank you for coming and spending time with us this evening. I know your schedule's very busy. So.
No, I'm happy to do it. That's why I got involved in this stuff. So trying to solve problems that we're all dealing with every day, and it's really hard looking forward when you have a projected $1.2 billion deficit coming up, and it's always we're always a laggard when you look at the employment numbers. So the tax base just isn't there. With people not working and collecting unemployment. So not only do we have to get kids back in school, but we got to figure out a way to get people safely back to work as well. So
Thank
can
you.
I ask the numbers for the numbers for COVID at the school in Red Wing schools? I mean, do you have a number of how many students tested positive and had COVID? Or teachers, just a round number?
Yes. Give me a minute and I'll give you a fairly accurate number. Why don't we keep going and I'll look that up.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just curious,
So Sherry?
Oh, hang on just a minute. Janie had her name in the queue.
I'm sorry.
We'll let her go and then we'll turn it over to Sherry.
Sorry. Hi, Senator Goggin. It's Janie Fair.
Hi. Hi, Janie.
Hi. I just wanted to make a little point. Maybe we'll get to this, but I feel like we were making such great strides, of course, before the pandemic hit, whether it be in, career education and focusing on kids' talents and skills. And so I guess I just wanted to encourage you to make sure, I know mental health and funding will definitely be priorities, but I think we somehow need to balance, what we were already doing so well and what needs to happen, and still continue to make, improvements and focus on those things that we're going.
No, I wasn't going to take away from that. I was wanting to make sure that we didn't lose sight that we need to work on to get some funding for mental health as well.
Yep.
But we still need to keep building upon our successes that we had. And we were making extremely great strides in a very short period of time. When you look at what's happened the last couple of years, it's been amazing what the turnaround has been. And, the key is we need to help these students figure out what they love to do, what gets them energized to get out of bed in the morning and do what they love to do. I mean, that's my goal is parents and mentors. That's what we need to be doing, and educators. So.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Say, if I could jump in, this is Karsten again, just to give you the numbers, Mike. And on a typical day, we have about 12 kids and staff members who have COVID at a given time, and maybe about a third of them are staff members. I've only recently have I been keeping track of some of the students versus staff members. The bigger number, though, is how many we have quarantined or isolated. And the latest data was December 10th with 29 students who were quarantined and 15 staff members who are quarantined. So that's the part that really gets us in terms of trying to get back in person.
Yep. Oof.
Should we turn it over to Sherry?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Sherry, for being here.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. So Senator Goggin, I had the privilege to be part of the school finance work group that was convened in the fall of 2019 under Governor Walz. There were 24 members of that committee put on there by their education associations. We had 24 meetings throughout the course of the year. And when we started the work, the state, of course, had this huge surplus, and we had big dreams. And now, of course, we're in a very different situation. I think what's important for anyone that looks at this report is to know that there was a lot of research and stakeholder group input in each of the topics. And while we can't implement it overnight, it even took the Minnesota Miracle 6 or 7 years to be implemented. So you're really looking at how can we implement this over time using some type of glide slope. We were tasked as a group to look at all the major funding pressure points in the state, and just to kind of, special education, for instance, it's always the first one that people talk about. And actually, when the group went around, the entire group, no matter what association they came from, special education was. Oh, actually, Lisa, this is for the board meeting later today. So you can hold that one.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up, because that's one area that I meant to ask about is how is this all affecting our special education students?
How is COVID affecting it? Yes, we have some of our kids are able to adapt to distance learning. Some of them, just like their gen ed counterparts, do better in the distance learning. And we have just the reverse, some that have had a harder time engaging. We can bring students with special needs in based on an IEP into in-person learning when we need to, either on a full day, a hybrid, or for individual meetings. And we are doing that in most of the county, and I think Red Wing is going to be doing that beginning on the 11th. We believe we're going to be able to staff it. So we are working hard to engage that group. We have some flow charts on engagement that we go through, and we send people out to the house and kind of turning over every stone to get the kids engaged.
Okay, so we are still trying to get out there and get face-to-face
Oh,
interactions with
absolutely.
them. Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Yep. Yes. Back to the school finance work group, you will see, I put the final report, and Lisa, you don't have to pull it up, into your packet tonight. It's called an 80-20-10 proposal, and you're like, oh, that doesn't quite add up to 100. I'm going to give it to you just in a thumbnail sketch. The 80 would be make the local operating revenue and have a new revenue source that would have equalized levies, which is a huge issue across the state. So those components would be the 100%. That additional 10% then would be an additional levy a district could go out for the taxpayers, to the taxpayers for. And it's about 10% of the revenue a district would be bringing in. And so that's why it's 80-20-10. I want to do a couple of things, and I can go into any of this more in depth, but I think what's important, Senator Goggin, the legislature has been doing some great things over recent years. They've, for instance, held the cross subsidy steady. That was so important to us. The proposal from the task group is to actually eliminate the cross subsidy by 2023. And so again, are we going to reach that goal by 2023? No, but the work is there. We have a formula that can do it. And I think it's important to continue to look at that. For people that don't eat, breathe, and sleep school funding, since 2003, basic general education revenue has lost 10% of its buying power. Another way to look at it, for personal income, it used to be 4.4% of personal income. Now it's 3.9. So it's just, we've lost so much buying power in that for our districts, and we need to recapture that. So I was saying that the cross subsidy had been held steady. For Red Wing, the cross subsidy in the last report, which was the 18-19 report, or I'm sorry, the 17-18 report that's issued in the summer of 19, we'll soon be getting the next one, was $812 per student. Okay? And we know that there's a federal piece of this too. The federal government always said they would cover 40%, and they haven't been. But we also, as state and local, have a need to cover that other 60%. And we need the state to continue to support that. The special education recommendations in here, I think if you haven't had a chance to look at them, whether we implement now or down the road, they simplify the formula. Right now, there's 3 formulas to figure out what you're going to get. It simplifies it to 1. Those kinds of things can make a huge difference in being able to predict your revenues coming into your district. It also corrects a lot of the tuition billing issues that we've had. Red Wing doesn't experience that as much as some other districts, especially metro districts, because charter schools have really put a burden on local districts because of the way they're currently funded. No fault of theirs, it's how it's written into statutes, and we need to amend those statutes so that charters can still get their revenues, but it's not coming back in through a tuition bill in special education. One piece that's come up in this conversation a couple of times already has been mental health. One of the recommendations of the task force was to increase the allowance from $36 per student to $72 per student, so to double it. The other piece that would be very important to my districts is intermediate districts right now get $15 per member district student. To increase that to $30, and education districts and cooperative get 0. We get no safe schools money. And to take that 0 and bring it up to the point that the intermediate districts have at $30 per student. Those kinds of support for mental health, when our students come back from the pandemic, when we come back to something called normal, they're going to need support. This has impacted people in so many different ways, and that social emotional learning that's going to have to take place in every classroom. yes, we're going to need professionals like social workers, counselors, mental health therapists, but every teacher is going to face it when they have that classroom full of students back, and they don't know what those students have gone through. We've been trying to get a hold of a family. I won't say where in the county. They can't pay their phone bill, and so they no longer have a phone. These are the kinds of trauma that some of our students are facing right now, things we can't even imagine. And our districts are going to need support. So I can answer specifics on this, but Senator Goggin, I encourage you to read the report because there's a lot of good research in it, and we can take pieces of it and implement pieces going forward. And I think there's some ideas in there that can really help us with education funding.
So this is a report. Has this report been sent to the legislature yet, or is it in draft form right now?
That's a great question. So our role in the task force was to create a final draft for the commissioner. The commissioner's role was then to pass it off to the governor. The governor will pass it off to the legislature. So this is process.
Okay. Okay.
In the meantime, it is attached to this agenda. So you have the complete report there, as well as some PowerPoint slides that I've used to present it across the state.
Great. Because I'd really like to get this to Roger Chamberlain. He's taken over the K through 12 committee, so I want to make sure he sees it.
We need change, and I think the way we did it is each pressure point there were a group of people that dug in deeply to it and then brought proposals to the group that we all looked at. So I think in the end, you've got a document that can really help us go forward.
Okay, great, thank you.
Does anybody else have anything they'd like to share with Senator Goggin?
I'll just add one more comment, kind of segueing from Sherry's report of Mike, equalization is really big out there, and I think other advocacy organizations are saying taxpayer equity. Right now, if we have 4 levies that are not with significant statewide impact that are not equalized, that's the lease levy, the safe schools levy that Sherry mentioned, operating referendum, and local optional revenue and debt service. So we're not able to generate the same amount in different districts to get the same value from the tax base. I mean, it's just incredibly difficult when districts, the funding is unequal, and it's starting to stretch again between the lowest 5% and the rich and the wealthier districts, the 95 percentile. That gap is almost 24% now. It's been as high as 31%. And when it starts growing, that tells you that you need to adjust the formulas. You need to look into that equalization piece so that everybody kind of comes out as best they can compared to their peers. So that's just kind of a general principle out there with the school funding too, that, we want to be fair to all districts and not have those disparities grow, because they're growing right now. And I think the pandemic has only exacerbated that situation for kids too.
Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for the information.
Arlen had something to share. Or comment?
Yeah, well, we're all hurting and finances are tough. So anything you can do is going to be greatly appreciated. This is the one that I always put out every year. What can we do to help you do your job? Before we go, I'd like to know that. And I'm just very grateful for everything that you do for us.
Well, appreciate that. Thank you. Having this meeting is really beneficial to me because it really helps me be able to go up and say, hey, these are the areas that we're experiencing in our district, which is going to be fairly similar across other rural districts across the state as well. So the big thing is we just have to what we're really going to have to work on this year is really prioritizing. We have to go through and say, these are the needs that have to be met. And we have to be willing to stand up and say, these are going to have to be, these needs are going to have to be met. And so, knowing this information, that's really going to help because, you know, as you said, money's tight everywhere. But if we do it right and we take the time to prioritize and really vet the priorities, I think that's our key, is to do that. And then, you know, hearing your priorities of these are what we have to have in order to operate and be able to teach our students and you know, give them the highest quality education we can. That's the key right there to me. So, but I really do appreciate all the information you guys gave me tonight here. This is huge. So, and I appreciate everything y'all are doing. I mean, it's just the times that we've never experienced in our lifetime, and everybody's doing the best we can to make sure that we're doing what we need to do for our students and their families and for the towns and the state, you know, for that matter. So I appreciate everybody's dedication, and you know, we'll get through this. It's you know, we're not out of the woods yet. I mean, we probably still have till probably this time next year, unfortunately, before we really start seeing how the vaccine works and being able to implement the safe school measures that we're all working to do. So, and you know, safety for our businesses and our employers and our employees across the state too. So,
well, and I think
Mike,
that underscores the importance of our continued collaboration and working together and knowing what each other is doing, and just making sure that we always keep that line of communication open, because you are one of our best advocates, and so we definitely rely on your expertise and the doors that you're able to open for us. So thank you for that.
Yeah, well, you're welcome. And you know, the communication, you said, is key. So please don't ever feel like you're bothering me or inconveniencing me or anything else, because you never are. And I don't care what day of the week it is, what time of the night it is, or morning. It doesn't matter. If you need to get in touch with me, you get a hold of me, because that's what I know what I signed up for, and I'm more than happy to do it. And you know, I want people to know that you're never going to bother me. You're never going to inconvenience me. So please don't hesitate to reach out. If you come up with an idea, throw it out to me, because boy, these days we have to really, really think outside the box. And it's going to take a lot of creativity. And I'm not going to say anything's a crazy idea or anything, because right now everything's crazy. So here we go. I'm willing to look at anything to see if we can, you know, get our kids back to school safe and to make it a safe environment for everybody that's in our schools. So.
Thank you. Mike, you were, Mike Christensen, you're in the queue. You're on mute.
I just want to sign off with my my standard plea of remembering, Mike, Senator, that education is not a cost; it's an investment in the future of the state of Minnesota. And so often people talk about, you know, can't afford this and can't afford that, and but it's not a cost that we're paying. It's an investment that we're making in the state of Minnesota. And it's really the most important capital asset that we have in the state is our people. So just remember that going into the sessions, and advocate for the kids, because the kids are the leaders of the next generation. I appreciate all your work, Mike. You'll take care.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. Any last words?
Thank you. No, I'm just really pleased, Mike, that you could spend some time with us today and just listening. I think that's probably 90% of your job is wow, people are dealing with a lot and I have to listen to all of it. So thank you very, very much. Hope to see you in the future. This is my last school board meeting along with Janie Bear and Mike Christensen. So we really appreciate having the time with you and your efforts over the years.
Yeah, well, thank you all for all your service to the community and the school. And, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, whatever they may be. And stay safe. And, God bless everybody and have a safe and happy Christmas, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Same to you.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, I believe
All right.
that ends our meeting. So it is
Yes.
5:30 and we are adjourned. See you in
All right,
about
good.
a half hour.
Yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Heidi. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Everybody. This is the December 21st, 2020 regular school board meeting at 6 p.m. and I will call this meeting to order. I will take roll call beginning with Janie Fair.
Present.
Ms. Jones.
Present.
Holly Tower, I believe, is not joining us this evening. Have you heard anything more, Karsten?
I have not. She let us know a couple of weeks ago that she would not be able to attend.
Right. Mr. Bryant,
Present.
Mr. Christensen,
I'm here.
Mr. Derricks,
Here,
and Cher is here. So we have 6 out of 7 school board members. If you would join me, we'll stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for
and
which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Lisa, I'm so sorry. That takes so long to get going, so thank you. I have asked Janie Fair to share our vision statement this evening.
Thank you, Chair Rowe. The mission of the Red Wing Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens.
Thank you. The agenda is listed in our board packet. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Madam Chair?
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would respectfully ask that we move anything to do related to start the discussion of transition back into school to be at the beginning of our agenda this evening. That's the main topic why people are asking about it. Let's get it to the forefront and get a deal with it right away. I know it's 4.2.
Yep.
And you want any other parts of it for sure to go back that far? Any other parts? I'm open to that.
It is at the beginning of the business session, right?
4.2 is after consent agenda, all the other reports and that. I asked that we brought it up to right after public comment, 4.2. 2.3, excuse me.
Sure. 2.3.
After 2.3.
Do we need a motion for that change?
Actually, if I could add one more change,
Sure.
Pam.
Yeah.
Delete item 4.6 grievance because we came to a tentative resolution.
Okay, so we're going to move the discussion about transition back to school to 3. I'm sorry, where did you want that? After 2.3, right? So
Yes, Madam Chair.
after 2.3, and we want to delete 4.6. Do we?
Well, I'm concerned that we're skipping over 4.1 COVID update prior to going into the discussion about what transition looks like. I think we're going to lose valuable information if we don't have that discussion, that kind of filling in first.
As I stated, I was open to moving anything else, so you need to, if that's what you want to do, I'm open to that discussion. That part of the agenda page as well.
So we'd like the COVID update and then the transition moved, both of those items. Harlan, go ahead.
I'm just not sure about this. It seems to me you need a consensus of the board or a motion, consensus of the board to change the order. I haven't heard, I don't know if you need a motion for it or not. I guess I'm a little confused. I'm not real in favor of it.
Well, my understanding is before you set the agenda, you can amend it and then make a motion to approve the amended agenda, which I am doing so now.
So maybe a motion to amend the agenda to put it at a certain places in order and a second to see if we're gonna do it. Does that sound right?
That sounds what I'm hearing. Janie, go ahead.
I'll just second the motion to make the change.
All right, so Jim's made the motion to amend the agenda, moving the COVID update and the transition back to school to follow the public comment of 2.3, and we're going to delete 4.6, which is the grievance.
Could you repeat that, Pam? I temporarily dropped out of the meeting.
I'm sorry?
Could you repeat that? I temporarily dropped out of the meeting.
Yes, you are on my screen twice. So the motion is to move the COVID update and the transition back to school to follow public comment after 2.3. And we would like to delete 4.6, which is the grievance.
And who made the motion?
The motion is made by Jim and seconded by Jeannie.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and vote on the amended agenda, starting with Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that passes 6-0. All right, thank you for that. I will just call your attention to the educational plan, which is always a part of our school board agenda packet. And then the next thing on our agenda is recognitions and upcoming events. Does anybody have anything that they would like to share?
I'm gonna hurriedly write my name in here too, Pam, but.
Oh, go ahead, Amy.
You know, I just wanted to give a special highlight to our Red Wing High School music department. I got to send an email to Karsten too, but I'm sure many of you remember a year ago we had that awesome holiday extravaganza, which like blew everybody away and people still talk about. But I have been really impressed listening in on some of my kids' band lessons, and I know other parents have said that just they're doing a great job of how they're engaging students, doing one-on-one time over the video. Even just having time where they're listening to, you know, classical music and commenting on it together. So just great job, Red Wing High School music department, because so I've just been very impressed and I know they're engaging the kids really well. So thank you so much for doing a great job.
Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a shout out to the parents and students in the district that have taken time to share with us their concerns and comments and issues in regards to the distance learning, the hybrid, kids not in school, in school. Understand that we get besieged by very many emails and phone calls and people stopping you. It's hard to reply to all of them. A number of them took what I always call the high road. A few may not have, but that's beside the point. The point is, they reached out for democracy to your elected people who represent them on the school board. And I appreciate their comments, concerns, and issues as we go forward at this meeting and into 2021 with how the school should get shaped. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll just point out a couple of things. One is we are now on winter break. School will resume on January 4th. And I do know that we have about 400 families that have signed up to pick up meals this Wednesday. Do you know, is that something that families can still do? Sign up to pick up food on Wednesday?
You know, I'm not sure the exact deadline, so I'd encourage all parents to go to the website that's listed and go ahead and enter the request as soon as possible.
I know that the folks in the food service area have been working very, very diligently in preparing all of those meals, and we thank them for that too, because it's a lot. And boy, they're fantastic meals. So I would encourage all families, if that's something that you would like to take advantage of, that it's open to everybody, every student 18 and under in our district. So definitely check that out. Any other recognitions before I move us to say a few words about our outgoing school board members? Any other recognitions we'd like to highlight? All right, well, I will take this opportunity then to say a ginormous and hearty thank you and farewell to our 3 outgoing school board members. It's been my absolute pleasure and honor to have been working with the 3 of you, and I've learned immensely from the 3 of you, and I appreciate that so much, and I will miss all of you. Heidi Jones, who has been here with us for 12 years, Mr. Christensen, who has been here also for 12 years, and Miss Janie Fair, who has just finished her 8th year with us. So I would just like to thank you. Superintendent Anderson, I'll turn that over to you for a moment. We are recognizing our outgoing school board members.
Yeah, thank you, Pam. You know, obviously, after being on all these meetings and get-togethers for years, it's you know, a sad moment for me. So first, I'd like to thank Janie Fair for her dedication to the school district. She's been on the school board for 8 years, and I met Janie relatively early in my time here in Red Wing, and you know, she's such a spark and such a fun person to be around. She also has passion for a lot of different issues, and most importantly for our kids. So I've always enjoyed being with Janie, you know, wherever we are, if it's at board meetings or conferences or out in the city when I would, you know, when I see people from time to time. So thank you, Janie, for your 8 years. Also, Mike and Janie have been on the board for 12 years. And Mike, well, and actually this is true for all of them. All 3 will always ask questions. They challenge me and the board to think and do better because they all care about our kids and want the best system possible. You know, Mike was always, I always considered him kind of an iconoclast. He's an innovator. You know, he always challenges what we're thinking and doing. And that's always good for somebody like myself and for kind of a well-established system. So I remember he gave one article that talked about, you know, building the grid, you know, making sure that we have a grid in place and then we can do great things. And I think he and so many others have kind of led that effort. And of course, Heidi Jones has been on the board for 12 years as well. I think most of us know her as being a strong advocate for like the policies, procedures, you know, process. You know, she's really process minded, but you know, she also greatly cares about kids. So again, thank you to all 3 of you for years of service to the district.
Carson, would you mind holding that certificate up one more time? As a token of our appreciation, we will be sending you all a certificate honoring your service to the school district. And so you will be receiving that in the next couple of days. But thank you so much for your service. And I'll give each of you an opportunity to say a few words if you would like, starting with Heidi Jones. Who is currently frozen on my screen.
Oh, no, really?
Oh, there you go.
Okay, having technical difficulties. Way to go. I'll keep it short because we have a lot of work to do and I'm still focused on that. I love the work. I wish I was still doing it. I tried to help all students and represent that. And I've created great loving, great trusting relationships with a lot of staff people. And so I honor the work you've brought to the table over many years and try to improve our good governance in the district. And so in our decision making. And despite the tough challenges ahead, I wish the new board all the best. You've got some new energy and some new folks, and I hope you'll build on those relationships and do great work going forward. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks again, Heidi, and congratulations on your retirement from the board. Mike Christensen, would you like to say anything today?
I will just say that it's been a real pleasure serving with Heidi on the board, and relating back to that article that I gave to Karsten. She has been the grid, and that's allowed me to fly. So she's totally grounded, and that frees up a lot of energy to go different places, and it's absolutely vital. And this school district is in a much better place than it was 12 years ago. So thanks, and it's been a pleasure serving, and it's not an unrewarding experience at all, as opposed to what some people might want to tell you. It's been a great experience. Thank you.
You will be missed. And Ms. Fair, would you like to share any words?
Sure, of course I would. But first, it's been an honor to work with the rest of my board members, all of you, and staff, because it really is about being a team, and we all bring different things to the table, and I think that's important. So I just want to take time to just say that I always felt like I tried to represent the community. I love the aspect of listening to people and going out there to get feedback. I think I'm most proud of kind of the career exploration stuff we've been able to do, and hopefully we'll continue to do. And then I just want to thank my parents for always watching my kids, usually on Monday night. They might be watching, so thank you. And then Dave and my 4 kids, because it was awesome. You know, sorry, it's hard for people that have young kids to do this. So it was really cool that I had people that could take care of my kids, so I could put time into this. But thank you to everybody. Everybody knows I put my emotions on my sleeve. So thanks for a good time.
Oh, all 3 of you are going to be missed. So thank you again for your service, and we appreciate it. Arlen.
Yeah. What a pleasure it's been to serve with you. We're losing 32 years of experience after tonight. We're left with 14 left, and then a new board. And I know we'll move forward. I'm grateful for what you guys have done. And there is no doubt that each and every one of you have a huge amount of passion for our district and have given your all for us. And I thank you for it.
Madam Chair, I'll just, been on boards a lot of years, and served with a lot of different people, so I know getting off a board, it certainly is always something that is unusual if you've been on a board for quite a while. So I'll just say this: enjoy your Monday nights off starting in 2021.
Yes, I'm going to call all of you on January 4th just to see if you're what you're doing at 5:45. Thank you again. Thank you for your service. All right, the next item on our agenda is public comment. I have 2 people who've submitted public comment to me. Karsten, have you had any?
Tim Bowles requested public comment, but besides Tim, I haven't received any requests.
Okay, yeah, I have one other. So, Mr. Bowes, are you ready to, would you like to share first, please?
Geez, I didn't know I was going to get to go first.
Yes, lucky
Okay.
you.
Lucky me. I set my timer, so
Okay.
out of due respect. So, and I even wrote my notes. So I'll try and keep it to that 3-minute limit and not try to be too loquacious. Okay, Mike? Okay. All right. Kudos and congrats to the incoming new school board members, Anna Ostendorf and Mrs. Buck and Mrs. Tift. I don't know if they know what they're in for. I tried to forewarn Anna, and she's in there anyway, and all of them, good luck to them all. They have more work coming up for them than they probably could ever imagine. I hope that they remain informed with as many regional sources as possible. And I hope they, as Mike intimated, I hope they know that there is gratitude for what it is you do on a school board. and for all the work that you do, etc. It is just not adequately reflected by your stipend. I'll move on. Kudos and congrats to a returning chair. Ms. Rowe, you know what you're in for, and you came back. Thank you. Step 3 here, sincerest thanks and appreciation. Janie Fair, it's a pleasure to sit across the table from you for several years, ma'am. And I know that you always had the best interests of the district and your kids and all kids at heart. And it's a great pleasure to get to know you personally and to share the camaraderie and social rapport as well as a professional. And the same goes for Mr. Christensen. Mike, I always enjoyed our conversations about what was going on in the schools. And I know you had your best interest at heart. I love the fact that you like to think outside the box as well. I think I can relate. People that know me, I think would suggest that same thing goes. So thank you to both of you for your years of service and your dedication. And Mrs. Heidi Jones, I have absolutely the most respect in the world for the effort that you brought to the table all 12 years. No disrespect to anybody else, but for anybody who doesn't know, Ms. Heidi Jones is the ultimate when it comes to school board knowledge, what has gone on in this district for the past 12 to 20 years. She's not limited to just the years she had experience, and she probably knows more about what's coming down the pike in the next 2 to 5 to 10 years than anybody else. And she was a joy to know personally and professionally as well. I had the pleasure of having her kids in school as well over the years. That was a while ago, so I remember them fondly too. And just absolute sheer respect out to her and to all 3 of you and to all of you. I would tell the 3 incoming board members, please, for your benefit and for the district's benefit, if she'll allow it, please put Heidi Jones' cell phone number in your speed dial immediately. And a final comment for me regarding the big discussion and decision going on in this school district and every school district across Minnesota and the country right now about how to get back to some form of normalcy. All I would request is please follow the governor's guidelines to a T as much as possible. I think he has been setting the tone and doing a fantastic job for the state of Minnesota and the region. And I think that from there, you should know that I will trust our building and district leadership to make the right decision. And so that's really all I have to say on that. And beyond that, Godspeed and good luck to everybody.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you, Tim.
Rose. We appreciate that so much. Yeah. Thank you. Julie Brayford is up next.
Hi, everybody. Just want to take a few minutes here to share my thoughts about getting our kids back to school. I shared my comment with Pam. She's already read it, but just want to say I'm the parent of a Red Wing kindergarten student, and I have 2 Red Wing high school students who are in alternative settings here in town. And I just want to take a moment today to express my thoughts to you about a plan to get Red Wing schools back to an in-person learning model. I feel so strongly that it's important for our kids to be in school as soon as possible. I feel like with some of the numbers that we saw on Goodhue County's website, that Red Wing still has the lowest number per capita of COVID-19 cases. And I'm definitely not suggesting that COVID isn't serious, because it is. But I feel like with proper social distancing, with teaching our kids how to keep their hands washed, coughing into elbows, and I know they work hard on it because my kindergartner tells me so, that we can not only stop or slow the spread of COVID, but slow the spread of other common illnesses like the flu, like colds. I think students here are experiencing the COVID slide a lot like a summer slide. They're falling behind in reading, they're falling behind in math. And research is showing that there are substantial math losses in grades 5 through 8 and modest reading losses across grades K through 8 as a result of the COVID-19 disruptions. My source from that was Illuminate Education. Keeping students out of school is causing our students to fall further behind and delays their ability to catch up when they do return to school. Academics are not my only concern. I'm concerned about the physical health of our children who may not be getting proper meals or physical movement and exercise. I'm concerned about the mental health effects of students who are at home. I'm the parent of a student who is currently hospitalized because of mental health concerns. School's not the only reason for that, but the isolation and the lack of connection that these kids are feeling contributes to those things. My kindergartner cries every day when she tries to do her schoolwork, and it's really disheartening to see her feel that way. It's not for lack of trying. I know Kim Corey's on this meeting. The teachers and the staff at Jefferson are amazing. They're doing the best they can in this model, but it's hard. It's hard to see my 5-year-old cry. I just want to summarize and implore you guys to try to come up with a plan for the safest way to get our kids back into school as soon as we can. I think that their success mentally and socially and health-wise depends on them being in a physical school building. Thank you again, you guys, for listening to me tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Julie, for your comments. Typically, I would provide a brief response, but because we're going to be talking about COVID and the transition plan next, we'll kind of wait until then. But I appreciate your succinct and strong views. I really, really much appreciated.
Absolutely, Julie. Thank you for being here, both you and Tim. We appreciate public comment and very much look forward to that every meeting. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Now we will move on in our agenda with the changes that we made. We will now be moving into the COVID-19 update, which is listed on your agenda as item 4.1.
Well, I will jump in here, and just to give a brief introduction. First of all, everyone should be able to see a Google slideshow on there. Can I see a thumbs up if you can see it? Good deal. I'd like to thank Sherry Johnson, who took information that I had prepared and turned it into a Google slide presentation. So she deserves the credit for the visuals. The second part I'd like to say is we have administrators ready to answer questions that may arise, but I really think that we can briefly review this information. I will touch, the high points, but then I'm hoping we can get through this part so we can start talking about the transition plan as soon as possible. I'm not trying to squelch the conversation or the questions, but we will probably need to spend, significant time on the transition plan, so we want to chat about that. First of all, I've had some questions about decision making in terms of learning models. In, I think, August, the board approved a resolution that would enable me to move into distance learning or a more restrictive environment. But the school board always has the right to make the final decision. That's one of the school board's prerogatives. Before a recommendation is made to the school board in terms of going back to in-person or back into hybrid, we do have multiple layers of feedback and decision-making internally. We have a COVID-19 response team consisting of Shonda Jorgensen, Joni Gorman, and Don Wettern. We review data. They do the contact tracing. They work with the county, on numbers and, what we're supposed to be doing in schools. They've done a great job for us. We also have regular meetings with Goodhue County Public Health. Jody Skeen now is our primary representative with county. She does a great job. And of course, she works with others at the county to develop and share data and answer other questions. We also have a large group of district leaders. Some are the building leaders, but then we also have department leaders. And so we have regular meetings, sometimes more than once a week, where we talk about possibilities in terms of operations and educational services. Also, earlier today, I called for a meeting with multiple stakeholders, including union reps and parents and staff members. We had about 5 people who showed up. Unfortunately, we didn't have any parents that were able to make it today, but we still had a really good discussion about plans moving forward. And so I'll try to mention some of their perspectives as we go through the transition process, if it's appropriate. These are the different areas that we focus on when we're formulating recommendations of the board. And the most important one, well, they're all important, but the number of students and staff quarantined or isolated is always the one thing that I look at right away. In particular, the staff, because the number of staff members who are quarantined or isolated determines whether or not we can satisfactorily provide in-person or hybrid learning. We need staff members or substitutes present in order to make the whole system work. But we look at a variety of data. We do have several changes that will be implemented because of new guidance from the state in its safe learning plan. So I included some information in our written agenda, and so if you have any questions about that, either Joni or I will respond. One thing that I'll point out is that we will have staff testing. Every staff member will be able to be tested every 2 weeks. And so that's a very positive change. Also, we're expecting to get our staff members vaccinated as soon as those vaccines are available. So those are two critical mitigation efforts that we'll be undertaking this winter and spring. Had quite a few questions about kind of accountability for teachers. And our building administrators are active as far as responding to questions, responding to concerns, and also proactively looking at ways to make sure that we're putting our best foot forward with teaching and learning. First, we have our teacher evaluation system that we streamlined this year. We are continuing those efforts, working with teachers on their growth plans, evaluating them, and sharing feedback. And so that continues this year during distance learning. Last spring, we were told by the state not to evaluate. This year, we have our regular evaluation schedule. One really positive thing that we've done this year is that the building leaders have asked for access to teacher Google Classrooms and GoGuardian so that they can periodically monitor what's happening in different classrooms. And so I know that depending on the grade level or the site, some principals have set up actual schedules. Some kind of pop in and out. Sometimes they'll check to see if our curriculum is being implemented. Other times they're just seeing if students are engaged, those kinds of things. And then the third major area is that we do have professional learning communities that are meeting regularly. In fact, I think our process now is probably stronger than it was in any previous year, at least for the last decade or two. And so I know that like our elementary principals have split up different grades, and so then they're responsible for overseeing and participating in different professional learning communities depending on the grade level. So I feel good about that. We can always do better. I received one concern from a board member actually that we followed up on, and we've taken some action there. And again, with the goal of, we want to provide the best education possible in difficult circumstances. Teacher prep time was also brought up as a question. And, we are obligated by the state to provide teachers with an additional 30 minutes of preparation time during the typical student day. That's over and above any other prep time that we give them because of their contract. So we have to do it. It can be kind of frustrating because we have a schedule set up and then all of a sudden we need to provide this additional time. But I do think the teachers are using that time to better prepare for their distance lessons or hybrid lessons. And so I think it's a good thing overall. Colville does their teacher prep on Fridays. The elementary schools kind of depend on particular circumstances in the grade or in the school, but the principals have told me that they are providing teachers with that opportunity. And then at the high school, Mr. Nemenich added some time to the lunch, or right adjoining the lunchtime, so that they get the additional time on every day. During hybrid, that teacher prep time will likely be occurring on Wednesdays because that's when distance learning occurs. We do not have to provide the additional teacher prep time for kids in K through 4 if they're in person. You know, the accountability plan for teachers or for students during testing is a common concern across the board, not just in Red Wing, but throughout the state and I'm sure country. As I mentioned earlier, teachers and administrators have the ability to review what's happening on student screens via Google Meet and GoGuardian. Then we also have some options as far as a pass-fail or letter grades, standards-based learning, and then use of summative assessments or more interactive assessments. A lot of those things occur by teacher. It's a lot easier for kids to misuse the system if they're just filling out multi-response checkbox. It's a lot tougher if kids are asked questions during the class, or if they're asked to summarize what they've learned on particular topics in a better kind of assessment. So that really depends on the teacher, but we're making every effort that is reasonable in terms of tracking what happens with testing, and we're very similar to what other school districts are doing. We have a lot of assessments that we give in a particular year. We did do our Fast Bridge assessments in the fall, and we are coming up with different plans for doing them in the winter. I won't go over the details, but each grade level is determining how best to do that. I was also asked to look at some attendance rates, and so you can see that in general, the quote-unquote attendance rate went up slightly during distance learning. And I have to put that in quotes because it's hard to monitor if someone is there for an entire period, or if they just sign in and they have some sort of video that shows a loop of them working, or if they're tuning out. So I'm certainly not saying that participation is better than what other schools are experiencing. Again, this is a common problem, but at least kids are by and large checking in on a regular basis like they're supposed to. We've also analyzed some grade rates and failure rates, and this is an ongoing problem. Again, not just in Red Wing, but throughout the state. I've seen some statewide publications talking about the failure rates going up 50% or even 100% in school districts. We are no different at the high school level. We have a relatively high failure rate in a good year, and this year the actual rate is higher than what it's been in the past. So again, we have a multiple strategies to address that, and I listed some of them in the written documents. Again, it's a challenge for students and teachers alike when we're especially in hybrid or distance learning, to make sure that they're engaged and to get the kids to finish all of their homework on time. And you can see the hard data on the grades and the failure rates in the board packet. Face-to-face interaction is, it's an easy thing to say that we need, but it's harder to make significant changes. The guidance that we've received is not to require kids to turn on their videos for a variety of reasons. And so that can diminish the level of face-to-face interaction that we have. We do have morning meetings in the elementaries so that at least kids can check in and learn their routines for the day. We believe that if people can check in and be seen by a teacher, that they're more likely to do so. And then of course we do have the ability to use video cameras, and I think there are two things. First, I think teachers need to continue to encourage kids to turn on their camera. There are some teachers with a high level of face-to-face interaction, and then we have other teachers with a very low rate. And usually it's just the teacher insisting on, let's turn on the cameras. You know, we're part of the same class. Let's see each other and talk to each other. That's really important. I'm also hoping, and maybe this is a pipe dream, but you know, I'm hoping that students who crave student-to-student interaction and interaction with their parents just start doing it. You know, if we have some student leaders who kind of take the rein and just encourage their friends to do it, you know, other kids in class, that would probably have just as powerful of an impact as teachers encouraging it. We've been carefully monitoring how many of our kids want to come back from online only instruction starting second semester. And so I did update the you know, this section of the board packet to include the latest numbers there. And well, I won't share the actual totals necessarily, but I will say that in grades K through 4, we're averaging about 2 to 4 kids per grade. We can handle that. You know, it's a big deal when someone comes back because we have to follow room capacities, and so that determines which school they can be placed, how they're transported, whether or not they get special ed services in that location, you know, those kinds of things. Grades 5 through 12, we can generally handle because of the class sizes in 5th and 6th grade, and then just the registration process. You know, we can determine, you know, which kids are in which classes starting second semester. Here's some basic food service meal information. And I know we've gone over this several times. We've had a very strong food service presence since last March 16th. And we've had good numbers, especially when we had in-person and hybrid learning. You know, kids were grabbing their breakfast and lunch. It's tougher in distance because right now the families need to go to the school on Wednesdays to pick up those meals. Once they're there, though, they can pick up meals for 7 days, breakfast and lunch. So if you have 3 kids, you could get 42 meals on a Wednesday that you'd use throughout the week. Mental health supports. Again, this is not ideal. Mental health therapists want to be in person when they're working with kids. And so, you know, access to kids, you know, is problematic when people are distant. We are continuing the relationship with Fernbrook. And so we do have mental health therapists who are working virtually with kids who have put in the request for those services. Their caseloads are large. They're within the appropriate limits, but they are large. We are still looking for one more therapist to work in our system. We authorized it. I know it's been advertised, but we're still looking for one more. If you do have more questions about mental health supports, Sherry will be available to answer those questions in just a couple of minutes. When we're deciding about going into in-person or hybrid learning, first and foremost, we need to make sure that we have our safety measures in place. I'm very confident with our plan in all grades as far as how we've implemented that. We also need to greatly consider the availability of staff and substitutes. Those are the 2 big things, as well as the county case rate and the city case rate and the number of transmissions in school. But I'm confident if we have enough staff members who are able to work in the building with kids, that everything else will fall into place. And so I know last November, that was actually my bigger concern. You know, county COVID rates were rising, you know, pretty rapidly. But the one thing that really struck home is that we started to not have enough staff members on a daily basis. And so that was a big factor in going to distance learning. And you can see staff availability isn't just teachers. Teachers and our support personnel, including special ed paras and general ed paras, are all critical, as well as our support teachers, custodians, and food service workers. I won't go over this in great detail, but there are some changes as far as face coverings that the state just recently issued, expectations for clear barriers and indoor physical activity, as well as some meal changes. But I feel good about where we are, and we'll be able to make some adjustments to make it work. And then this last slide kind of shows our priorities in terms of bringing back kids. First, the administrative team wants kids back in person or hybrid as soon as possible. First, we realize that there are some kids who have significant intensive service needs. Those would be kids like our autistic kids, our kids who are learning English from a very beginning level, and other kids as well who have those significant needs. The administrative team recognizes that we need to bring these kids just to give them a chance. We also want to prioritize our youngest learners in bringing them back in person because of some state guidelines and actually our own thinking. We'd want to bring in K through 2 first, then grades 3 through 4, and then finally 5 through 12, although you'll see an option here pretty soon that would bring back grades 3 through 12 at the same time. But those are the priorities. And you can see these are some of the areas that we're still providing services, although they look very different now than they did a year ago. And that's all I have. Hopefully it just gave you a snapshot of where we are. The actual written documents give a lot more data and more specific information. Also, just a reminder, I do have administrators here who can answer the questions in different areas. We can play tag team if you do have some questions that need to be answered.
Janie has her name in the queue.
Yep, thank you. Karsten, can you elaborate a little bit more on the staffing? I don't think we really discussed that in depth very much. And I guess I would like to know exactly what are our staffing issues? When we talk about Red Wing Story, are we different than other school districts? How much of an impact have we had with kind of needing to give accommodations and such?
Yeah, I know that every school district is different, obviously. So, it's really hard to compare schools. We have some neighboring schools that have, different issues, different staffing levels and those kinds of things. But compared to the Big 9 schools, I think we are very similar, because we're a bit larger like the other Big 9 schools. I will say that in September and October, we had good coverage with staff members and substitutes. Almost every day, the principals would be waking up early to kind of make sure that people were placed in the right spots. But we had enough permanent subs and monthly subs so we could make it happen. Then after Halloween, I don't know if it was because of Halloween or just the timing, but that's when we had the change in the curve. And suddenly we had more staff members who were absent. And I will say that generally they're for legitimate concerns. Almost always they're for legitimate concerns, but clearly we had more absences and we had a tougher time to fill those absences. Plus we had, some substitutes who also had legitimate reasons to be absent from their assignment. And so we had staff member absences that increased, and we also had the substitutes who increased their absences. And so that started in November. And I know one day we were 5 short. And, we can cover the high school staff members or high school teachers when they're gone because we can require other high school teachers to sub for them. It's very challenging with grades K through 6 because of the different rules that we have to follow in terms of social distancing, recess supervision, and those kinds of things. So in a nutshell, that's kind of, in a really broad sense, it definitely changed around Halloween. I included some numbers here as far as the number of positions we need to fill and how many additional permanent subs we'd like to hire for the rest of the year. And so we're hoping that we can hire, all of the open positions and hire some additional people, to sub for teachers and paraprofessionals.
One of the things I'd just like to comment on, Karsten, is that you and I and Arlen had this conversation this week that it's really important to get the information out to our community that we have this need for short-term substitutes as well as long-term subs. And I think there's a whole lot of professionals in this community. I think we need a 4-year degree in order to sub. Is that correct?
Yeah, 4-year degree to get a short call substitute license.
Right. So I think we need to get the information out there on what does it take to actually become a sub, and B, to market that need, because I think there are a whole lot of parents out there that would definitely put themselves out there to be able to help because they want their children to come to school so badly that if that's the barrier, if this is one of the biggest barriers that we have, then we need to figure out how to solve that problem. And I think we have a lot of solutions right here in Red Wing. We're a community that comes together when we need to. And I think if you very clearly spell out exactly what people need to do to become a sub, you will find that number rise.
Yeah, if Amy French is on the call, so if she could briefly talk about her plan or their plan for doing just what you suggested, Pam.
Hi, everybody. Yes, so we will be sourcing aggressively. We have some advertising plans that we're looking into. They will be expensive. So we're working on those. We've also upped our rates for substitutes, which will target more the Metro and Rochester area also. So we're going to beef up our sub rates to $215 a day for special ed substitutes who hold a current license and are subbing in a sped role. We're hoping that will generate some more interest. We will be sourcing for 4 more permanent subs, 1 for Burnside, Jefferson, Twin Bluff, and Sunnyside. So that will put us up to 8 permanent subs. We will not be doing, our plan right now is to not do the 10 openings every single day. We need some more targeted, we need people to take jobs that they're interested in and not just take a hole and not really sure where they're going. So we're looking at moving things around with TOC, and I've had some meetings with them. Does anybody have any other questions?
Pam or Amy, I think we need I know this is already part of your plan, so I'm just kind of asking the question for you to answer. We need a summary of what people need to do to become a sub so that we can send that information to parents. We can help have our service organizations, board members, all sharing that with people they know. That's critically important. So can you tell me, do you have that draft ready to go?
Yes, I'll have to bring it up on my screen here. I sent it to you last week, and as I was listening, I think that there's more that we can add to it so that people are more aware that if they do, like how to become a short call sub. That's not currently in the document. It's coming up here. So I've also talked to TOC about doing some targeted advertising on their end. We have a social media blast that will be going out via Facebook that talks about our rates for subs, our rates for substitute paras in both Gen Ed and SPED, the contact number to call for information, and then I can also add information to that on short call subbing and the requirements for that.
Yeah, I don't see the email from last week, but if you can update it to include the information you just said, and yeah, we need to get it out. We need to really push it out tomorrow and
Okay.
throughout Christmas break.
Yeah, we'll do it probably once a week on various media platforms. It will also be posted on our website to point people. So if they go out to AppleTrack, they'll be pointed to contact Teachers on Call or myself. Once we post it on AppleTrack and pump it out to JobSpot K-12 and Ed Minnesota, it will also go out to Indeed, which will reach a broader audience.
I think if we put the need out there, I think we will get people to respond. And I think the easier you can make it for people to apply and get everything they need, I very much believe that our community will pull together and make this happen for us.
Yep, I can certainly work with Jill Rivard tomorrow to get it on our Facebook page, and I'll get it posted on AppleTrack.
Thanks, Amy.
You're welcome.
Do we have other questions for any of our admin team or Superintendent Anderson about the information that we've just been given? It's a lot to digest, but it's very well put together. So I thank you for that, Superintendent Anderson, and folks who put this slideshow together. It's very helpful. Questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, then the next piece of our agenda is to have a discussion about the transition for back to school.
Great. Let me stop sharing this presentation. And I'm going to call up the actual document here so other people can see it. Give me just a minute.
It is in our board book. The transition plan to return to school is item 4.2. There's background information there. And then there's a PDF on the transition plan to return to school.
Okay, why don't we just focus on that now? I'm going to call it up so at least I can see it here. This has been a long and complicated process for all of us. And of course, the biggest impact is on students and parents. So you can see that we've had a lot of changes, a lot of discussion over the last week in terms of when we can bring kids back into person. As you may recall, when we went into distance, there was, as part of our learning plan, we said that we wanted to bring our kids back to in-person learning as soon as possible. We've also had several discussions about when that could be. The administrative team and the other groups that are part of the decision-making process have gone over different options, and we landed on a plan that we posted on our website on December 16th. I wish it would have been posted on December 15th because that is a big difference in terms of what we can and cannot do possibly. But I'm going to just give you a little background information, and then I'll explain the two options that are presented tonight, as well as my recommendation. So first of all, and we already talked about this, is that we have some key criteria for decision making. In my mind, compliance with state and federal law, including executive orders, is a key part of it. Also, local COVID rates, staff availability. The order of phased return, I've already mentioned. We want our kids with intensive service needs in as soon as possible, then grades K through 2, and then grades 3 through 12. We realize that all of this is contingent on having enough staff members to make it happen effectively. So the proposal that was made on December 16th, which is called option 1 in this particular agenda topic, calls for in-person and or hybrid learning for kids with intensive service needs to start on Tuesday, January 12th. That same day, we would have in-person learning for grades K through 2. A week later, we would bring back in-person learning for Colville kids on Fridays, in-person learning for grades 3 through 4, and then hybrid for grades 5 through 12. And then about a week later, any student who had a first semester online only commitment would be allowed to return to school if they so choose. So that's the basis of the recommendation that was at least made on December 16th as part of our board packet. And administrative team members, the other decision-making groups, you know, were greatly in favor of following this plan. So everything was set. Well, it turns out that on the same day, December 16th, the governor or the Minnesota Department of Education updated its safe learning plan. And that really complicated our efforts significantly because there are three key things. First of all, and probably most important for this discussion, is the timing of any announcements to parents or to families about returning to school. So if there had been an announcement to parents that on December 15th or earlier that we are bringing kids back on such and such a day to in-person learning, such and such a day for hybrid learning, if we did that on December 15th or earlier, we could follow through with the plans as we had announced. However, because the information was posted on December 16th, there may be a need to do a couple of other mitigation strategies in order for us to come back. So one of them would be to wait until at least January 18th before we started bringing back kids. And another requirement would be to have no more than 3 grades in a building come back to in-person or hybrid learning in a 2-week period. And that's the part that really impacts us and makes the second option really awkward. So the second option shows that we would bring back in-person learning for grades K through 12 or K through 2 on January 19th. The same day we would have hybrid for grades K 7 through 9. And then 2 weeks later, we would have in-person learning for grades 3 and 4 and hybrid for the older kids in the high school. And then finally, 2 weeks later, we'd have hybrid for grades 5 through 6. So again, it's, you know, we cannot bring in, you know, if we have to implement those 2 mitigation strategies, you know, it kind of pushes everything out until March or February 15th. So here's the dilemma that many superintendents and school boards are struggling with. You know, you read the guidance and it seems clear that we have to follow option 2, you know, that option 1 would not be possible. The problem is that there are all sorts of different interpretations that are being shared out. And even after the initial presentation by MDE on the 16th, you know, they've had so many questions, so many complaints, so many different scenarios that they came up with additional guidance this morning in terms of quote unquote clarifications to their plan that they recently announced. So, you know, there are all sorts of questions about, well, maybe we have made an announcement because we had planned to discuss this at a public board meeting, and we made that decision to discuss this at a public board meeting before the 16th. So maybe that's the notice to parents. Maybe it's the timing of when I actually posted the document on the website. I followed our typical posting process for school board meetings, but that was on the 16th. So does that mean we can or cannot follow our plans that we had hoped to implement? And I could go on and on about the possible contradictions or different interpretations that I've heard in many conversations, including with those at the state level. So in a nutshell, that's kind of where we are. Those are the two options. Because so much of this has happened since Wednesday, and we're still trying to figure out exactly the requirements and the different interpretations, the best or one option that I'd like to recommend is that we would still approve implementation of option 1 if on January 4th the school board determines the plan is compliant with state law. That would give us time to outline everything that's happened as far as the decision-making process and hopefully get some feedback from the state and others as far as whether or not that's compliant. I know there are going to be a whole bunch of questions, and I've just gone on for another 15 minutes, but I'm ready to discuss and answer any questions that I can.
Anyone have questions? I know it takes a minute to digest all of this information, doesn't it? And if you looked at your email this morning and got the latest information from the state, it's lengthy and takes a long time to read. All right, so I have some takers, Janie and Arlen.
I think Arlen's ahead of me.
Arlen first.
Well, maybe I'll steal your thunder, Janie, but I am going to make the motion that Carson recommended to us verbally here. I don't have the exact wording because of the way it's done here. Just if it gets a second, we'll get discussion. But I want to make the motion of what Carson gave us as his current recommended way of doing it.
Second.
All right, so motion made by Janie, motion made by Arlen, seconded by Janie. Then, do you want me to read the whole recommendation? Would that help, Heidi, or do you want to just, there's 5 bullet points here.
And actually, if I could jump in, I think my understanding of Arlen's recommendation was just the first part, or am I wrong, Arlen? Would it be all 4 of those bullet points?
Well, I guess you had a recommendation for us, and I moved the recommendation that we do option 1, subject to confirmation. I'm putting words in it, confirmation on January 4th board meeting that it's compliant with the governor's order. Is that right? What you said?
Yep, it is.
That was my motion. And I guess I'm sorry, that's my motion. If you want other things, somebody can either amend the motion or offer an amendment, or we could take it up as a separate thing.
If I could just throw in there, I think it might be better to discuss as a separate thing, just because there's some potential changes in the other areas.
All right, so the motion on the table is to implement the transition plan to return to school, including option 1 for the timeline. If staff and substitute availability is adequate, provided that on January 4th, we are compliant with the governor's orders. So that would mean in-person and hybrid for intensive service needs, in-person for grades K through 2 starting on the 12th of January.
January 12th, correct.
And on the 19th, we would have in-person for call on Fridays, in-person for grades 3 and 4, and we'll start back with hybrid for grades 5 through 12. That's on the 19th. Any other discussion on that motion?
Pam, if I can, sorry I didn't put my name in, but I don't mind seconding that with that stipulation, but I guess just a question for Carson that I originally had put my name in for is that, I guess my interpretation, and of course this is just me, was just how much the governor's orders were around school districts that had never been in-person learning. and had only been in distance learning for the whole year, that, he was definitely making a point, which is wonderful, of how the importance of getting, especially our youngest, back in-person learning. So have you learned anything about kind of that idea, or has there been much discussion around that? Because our Red Wing School District has already been in person for our youngest students and hybrid. So does that put us in a different category, or is that part of the interpretation? Can you just comment on that a little bit?
Yeah, and I don't think there's any doubt that, well, at least in my mind, that the guidance that was issued on the 16th was primarily related to schools, like you said, especially in the metro area, that had been in distance learning all year. And so there was kind of a plan on how to bring them back, or bring them back to school. So, and you can see that in several different areas, including transition days, because the guidance on the 16th said that all schools coming to in-person or distance learning were required to have 2 planning days. And that didn't make sense to any of us in Red Wing and most rural districts, because we've already done our planning. We did that last spring, and we were doing it really, really well. And so that's one example, but you can see the same kind of thinking elsewhere in the document. And, they have verified some of that and changed some of their guidance, with the update today. But there are many more questions, still out there. So, and that's kind of part of the interpretation is, where are we in terms of following, or being compliant with state law, and that's one of the things we have to look at over the next 2 weeks, because I think more things are being discussed and changed, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's where, my support of this is that back in August, when we had this great plan, I felt like it was a good compromise. We got to keep our youngest in person and go to hybrid for our other kids and start out extremely safe, safely, and it stayed that way. Is that I think that's why parents are kind of frustrated in a way of like, where is that flexibility and go back and forth quickly that we all talked about back in August? Because it doesn't seem like that's happening now, especially with these new executive orders. And I thought that was supposed to be the intention of being able to flow, direct quickly through those models and be prepared to do that. So thank you.
I completely agree, Janie. And I know that we've been doing a really good job with in-person learning for K-4 and hybrid learning. We're following the safety protocols. I feel really good about that. And, we set up our whole plan so we could pivot quickly, just like you said. I know that if I called Terry Johnson tomorrow morning, we could have buses on Wednesday. I have no doubt, because everything is set. And so I was really surprised when, the recent changes were made to the Safe Learning Plan, because I feel like, our options were limited, especially because, I was cautious, or we were cautious throughout the whole process.
Thanks, Janie. Heidi, did you want to say something?
Yeah. So the motion does not include the 4 final bullet points on page 3. Is that correct? Because we've had some conversation about just now, do we really need the planning days, or are we ready to shift already? So that decision needs to be made, but I don't know what your time frame is for, do we need to decide that tonight? Do you need more input from either your staff or the MDE department? And what impact overall do those 4 bullet points about, or the remaining 3 bullet points, hiring positions, 4 permanent substitutes, and additional elementary teachers? How dependent is a transition plan on all the rest of that? I need some more clarification on that, because I feel like maybe we're leaving out some really important components, like we voted for it, but we don't actually have the staff to carry it out. So then what does reality look like going ahead? Because I don't want to put families, I know we need to move forward, but I don't want to put families in the position tonight of thinking this is happening, and then we're drawing back the reins on January 4th, because none of this is, this is going to be really difficult to achieve. So I think we need a balanced message here about what the reality is.
Sure. The next bullet has to do with, converting student days to planning days. And of course, when I wrote this recommendation, it was very clear in the state guidance that we had to switch 2 of our instructional days to planning days. This morning, it's different. We do not have to because we've been in person or hybrid learning. And so I did check with the administrative team about this issue, got some good feedback from a couple of teachers at a meeting earlier today. Instead of asking for 2 student days converted to planning days, the request is to have 1 planning day, and that would be on January 11th, Monday the 11th. That's our recommendation. Again, we want people in person, but we recognize that there will be some needs for planning.
So that covered the second bullet point. Do we want to move through all of them right now as long as we're there, or do you want to come back to that?
Yeah, I can just briefly talk about it. I'm assuming that the board would be supportive of the other 3 bulleted points. We want to hire all open positions. Now, the teachers and support personnel, we need a full group there, either a full group or at least enough substitutes to cover for those that are vacant. And so I'm assuming that the board is agreeable to that. We'd also like to hire up to 4 additional permanent substitutes through the end of the school year. Again, that's $200 per day per substitute for every day for the rest of the school year. And so I put that down because, I want to make sure that we all understand that if we're going to come back into person, that we will need some resources to help make that happen effectively. Again, I'm assuming that the board is perfectly fine with that because we need the substitutes, but I wanted to include it. The last one, I feel so much better now than I did about a week ago. I was very concerned that we would have even more kids wanting to come back to in-person learning second semester in grades K through 4. Very concerned. And so, I wanted to lay it out there that, hey, if we have a lot more coming back, we have our room capacity limits that we have to follow to maintain social distancing guidelines. And so I was hoping to get the authority to hire some additional teachers if necessary. Right now, I don't think that's the case. But I wanted to include that as a bulleted point just to be very clear that that might be a possibility, but I'm feeling really good about, the relatively low number of kids who have been online only who want to come back second semester in grades K through 4. There may be a need somewhere along the line, because there are a lot of variables and a lot of people shifting their thinking. But right now, we certainly don't need 5. I'll tell you that.
Thank you for going.
And I just wanted to, as you had packaged it all up, so I just wanted to be clear to the board, the public, the staff who are listening that, there's a lot of components and a lot of moving parts here. And to have full recognition of that.
Thank you.
And I think it's really important that we added the subject to confirmation of compliance with the governor's orders, because I don't want to be out of compliance either. And I realize the timing of this and maybe the decision-making process of that timing wasn't quite optimal. So I realize everybody, across the district, across the state, a lot of districts are really struggling with this. So I can move forward on this. So thank you.
Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Point of clarification from Superintendent Anderson. He used the word law, and now we're using the word governor's orders. There's a difference. So which one is it? I have a couple other comments too.
Yeah, and at least my belief is that we should follow state law and the governor's orders, as they're issued.
Okay.
And I realize that, I'm sure that there will be groups or people who are challenging the legitimacy of executive orders and those kinds of things. But my personal belief is that we should, fulfill, state law as well as, all governor's orders.
Well, I just want to make sure we're clear because 2 weeks from now, we may have that discussion. And then I mean, we heard loud and clear as board members and people, community members, the overwhelming support by parents and people, students. They want to get back in class, back in school. This is a start, not probably as great, or not great, I shouldn't say not probably what I was kind of hoping for, but it's certainly option one is better than option two, as we're laying out here. My question also is, I'm trying to, I haven't pulled up the transition to plan. Where's option one? Are you talking, Mrs. Hassemer and Mr. Nemenich talked at our one of our past meetings about bringing students with English as a second language, and Mr. Nemenich, I don't want to butcher up what he said, but his group of people, are those covered under the first bullet point, or is that a separate topic?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it's important to clarify. And it comes down to the definition of intensive service needs. And so I know that both Kelly Hassemer, Kelly Hassemer, George Nemenich, and Sherry Johnson are on the call. And so we can certainly have that discussion. It's not, for example, approving that would not include all kids with disabilities. It would be for, there's certain criteria to qualify as intensive service needs, the same with English learners. Sherry, could you provide a response since you work with both of those groups?
Sure. In answer to your question, Jim, yes, the students who are EL, students that have disabilities, perhaps students who are experiencing homelessness or they're at risk, those all could be included in that first. We can bring them in and try to get some services in place for them and go moving forward. It wouldn't necessarily be all of our English language learners. We would have some criteria. It's the ones that are at the highest level of need.
Yeah, and thank you for clarifying that, Ms. Johnson. So I'd like to have this discussion probably after the motion because it's kind of, it may be tied to it, but I truly think, January 4th or 5th is a good day to get them back in school, to get the process started but I can't, the motion failed and I vote in favor of a motion that fails can be brought back by those that, I can't remember if it's the people that are on what side of it is on, but I'm not sure if I can bring back that motion or not, but I'd like to have that discussion after we vote on option one. So, and your recommendation. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other discussion? The motion.
Pam,
Yep.
It's Mike. Can that be added as a friendly amendment to the motion or no?
To just discuss what?
No, to suggest that we get those most in need in school as soon as possible, as opposed to waiting until everybody else starts moving in.
Well, it's a part of the motion already because option one says that in-person / hybrid for intensive service needs. So that's a part of the motion already. We just haven't discussed or identified what those intensive service needs groups are.
Right, but it's for the 12th rather than the 4th or 5th.
Right.
I think you're right, Mr. Christensen. That could be offered as a friendly amendment to do that. And then we have to vote on the friendly amendment and then go forward. So, yeah, you could do that if you want. Yep.
It's
Kirsten, you're on mute.
it's something that we missed in the last meeting. And it's, you know, 5 days.
Oh, we're losing you, Mike.
To send them earlier. No,
You broke up, Mike. Didn't get much of that at all.
I suppose we could
Yeah.
maybe, no. Take it over, Jim.
Mike, you broke up pretty bad. I'll amend the motion to look at
Yeah, I'm gone.
bringing the individuals, the groups that Mrs. Hessimer and Mr. Nemenich brought before us a few weeks back to look at the possibility of bringing them in school on starting on January 5th.
Is that even possible to, I mean, without having the consultation of the administrators and, I mean, is that even possible to add to this plan right now?
Right, that's my concern.
And I
That's
have
my
a
big issue.
question about that actually too.
Go ahead, Jamie.
You need a second.
Yeah, if we had a second, then we can discuss the amendment.
Do I have a second? Is there a second?
I would actually like to do a different friendly amendment if that's possible. If there's not a second, I don't want to be rude, so.
Go ahead.
I'd like to do a friendly amendment to it to actually just move up that whole block, the in-person hybrid for intensive service needs and the in-person for grades K through 2 beginning January 4th. And see if there's any interest in that.
So the friendly amendment is to move all those dates up to start on the 4th. Is there a second for that friendly amendment?
Would you be amenable to a 5th? Give them a date of start because they're not in school now for 2 weeks. Yeah.
Well, don't they go back January 4th? Isn't that the first day back?
Point of order, you can't discuss how to make an amendment to make after amendment motion's been made. Either you get a second or you don't.
All right, so do I have a second on that friendly amendment? I'll ask one more time. Do I have a second on that friendly amendment?
I'll make a motion to on the second because if we didn't do mine, I'll do hers. I'll second.
Okay, so the friendly amendment is to move all the dates up starting on January 4th. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
if I could, and by the way, I wish I could recommend a yes vote on this, but I've been told by the state that, you know, let's say if we had issued a plan on December 15th, this would be a non-issue. We could do it. But because it was issued on December 16th, you know, there are questions about whether or not we can start before the 18th, you know, whether or not we have to have a rolling start and those kinds of things. One thing that Heather Mueller from the Minnesota Department of Education made very clear is that if we're going to make that argument, that it would have to be the exact plan that we had announced on the 15th. And so, you know, she recommended not changing it in any way. So again, you know, I wish I had a crystal ball. I wish I knew all the answers because I'd be very supportive of it if I knew it wouldn't screw everything else up, you know, in the process. But theoretically, if we change the plan, that would lessen our argument to bring kids back in before the 18th and to have the 2-week rolling start. So again, it's going to be up to the board, but I just wanted to make that clear that, you know, there could be some positive consequences and there could be some negative ones as well. I don't know if that would be true for the intensive service needs, because my understanding has always been that we can bring them in any time, but I would have more concerns about bringing kids grades K through 2 just for that reason.
Right.
Makes sense.
So now you've got an amendment that you need to vote on, and then you need to vote on the motion prior to that.
we vote on the motion first and then the amendment? Or the
No.
amendment?
The amendment first.
Correct, yes. All right, so the friendly amendment was to move all the dates up to start on January 4th, 2020. Made by Janie, seconded by Jim. We'll start with a roll call vote with Mr. Bryant.
Based upon the information from Superintendent Anderson, I'm gonna have to say no to that, to the amendment.
Mr. Christensen,
No.
Mr. Derricks,
No,
Ms. Fair,
I'm still gonna vote yes, because I don't think this is gonna pass anyway, but I think it's best for Red Wing, so I'll leave it at that.
Ms. Jones,
No.
and Chair's gonna vote no. So then we go back to the motion that's on the table that has been discussed. Implementing the transition plan 1/12/20. Actually, Carson, you need to change that to 1/12/21.
Oh, for Pete's sake, I've already started that regular mistake I make for about 2 months. Definitely we'll change that as a typographical error.
So are we voting on just the first piece, or do you want to vote on all the bullet points? Because that.
Yeah, I think the motion on the table is just for the first piece.
Okay, yes. Thank you for that
And-
clarification. That's what I thought.
Yeah, there might be other amendments, I just don't know, or additional discussion, but yeah, it'd just be for the first bullet for now.
Okay. Any other discussion on that first bullet point?
Well, my understanding of the Mike discussion that started out with trying to move up to January 4th or 5th about intensive service needs students going first. I think I was concerned about some timing issues for our staff to be able to do that. And Sherry said she could speak to that. So I wondered if this was the opportunity to hear Sherry comments on that.
So I'll jump in there. But yes, we can bring the intensive needs students back at any time. That would include your special education students, EL students, students who are homeless, that whole group I said before. But you'll notice that in Kirsten's write-up, staffing is our major piece. So we have well, not we, in the case of EL, Kelly Hasmer, that team has worked to know if they have the staffing. Sonia Smith, our director in Red Wing, has worked to try to get the number of paraprofessionals and such in place to do that. We believe we will be set and ready to go on the 11th for that. If we get back and, for instance, Kelly says that she can start on, I don't have a calendar, the 9th, we can examine that. So we're not held to those same timeframes with that group of students that the other students are held to. But it's going to come down to staffing and building a readiness for that with the administrators.
So we don't need specific board action for that group.
Correct.
Okay, so that is very helpful to understand that. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, Arlen, go ahead.
The reason, this is probably out of context for me normally, but that I believe we should take a look at that option one, and I made that motion, is I have been studying our county numbers and the trends and everything. And it is my belief that we are on track to be in a position to offer in-school learning at that time. I'm sure that if trends change or whatever, then at the January meeting, there will be more discussion. But at this time, I think we need to put it out there, let families know what we're intending to do, what we want to do, and then it's up to interpretation of the governor's orders as we go through, or potentially a change in whether it's safe to do it. And I'm sure that would be brought up at our next board meeting, which is prior to bringing kids back. So that's where I'm at, and I will be voting for my motion.
All right, are we ready to vote on the motion? All right. So Mr. Bryant, Mr. Christensen, you are up first for that motion. Sorry, Jim.
I will vote aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So that passes 6-0. Wonderful. All right, so now we need to tackle the rest of that recommendation by the superintendent. It's converting, in the documentation in our board book, it says converting January 8th and 11th from student days to planning days, and I believe that's already amended to just read January 11th planning day. Is that correct? Yep. And then hiring all open positions, including teachers, support personnel, custodians, and food service workers. Bullet 3 is hiring up to 4 additional permanent substitutes through the end of the 2021 school year. And the hiring of additional elementary teachers as needed to maintain reasonable class sizes for online only teachers and provide appropriate social distancing for students in grades K through 4. Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a question. We're talking about hiring people, bringing people back. Are we going back to the numbers that we were when everybody's in school? Or you're looking at having staff there for when we were at the hybrid, which we are going back to? You know, it's kind of open, and I like to have that tidied up a bit. And you're on mute, Superintendent Anderson.
Thank you. Yeah, the goal for hiring open positions would be to go back to having enough staff that we needed at the beginning of this year. So it would be assuming grades K through 4 in person and then 5 through 12 hybrid.
Okay.
Heidi.
I'd like to make a motion, as you just stated, Board Chair Rowe, about the conversion of January 11th from a day, hiring the open positions, the 4 additional permanent substitutes, and any elementary teachers as needed to maintain reasonable class sizes, et cetera, et cetera.
Mike will second.
Motion made by Heidi, seconded by Mike. Any other discussion? All right, we'll start the roll call vote with.
I threw it in real quick. Madam Chair, may I just make a comment?
Yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. For Mrs. Johnson, Sherry Johnson, I don't know if this is the right time. I'm going to do it because we're going on this. I'd like to see those kids that we talked about get back as soon as possible. Those kids that you said you check with Mrs. Hessemer and that. Please do what you can to get them going. So, as we want all the kids to go back, but those are the ones we were certainly talking about a few weeks ago. Thank you.
I will.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And also give thanks to all the administrators who pulled this stuff together. I mean, it's a huge, huge chore. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Okay, Yarlin.
So the motion, it was the remaining 4 bullet points made by Heidi, seconded by
Mike.
Mike, thank you. Mr. Derricks, we'll start the roll call vote with you.
Aye.
Mrs. Fair?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, passes 6-0. Well, we will all certainly be very excited to see everyone back in our hallways in the new year. Hopefully.
Yep, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now resuming our agenda, going back to item 2.4, Red Wing High School course changes.
We have 3 staff members from the high school who will each give a brief presentation about a course that he or she is either responsible for or help plan for. I think you're going to like what you're going to hear. And so if we could start with Mick Wendland, and then we'll have Molly Kiefer and Tammy Mickelson. We'll just go in that order. Just to briefly describe what's being proposed. We do not need approval today. That'll come in January or even February when we do the program of studies, but we wanted to share some great planning with you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board, for the opportunity to speak tonight. And thank you to Heidi, Janie, and Mike for your years of service with the board and for working with each of you. So much appreciation for all the work that you've done. The course that I'm proposing tonight is not a new course. It's a new way that we're doing a course. So it's we're going to shift the independent living course that we currently offer, merge it with some of the components of our personal finance, call it Adulting 101. So it's going to be when kids leave and they're like, why did I never learn these things in school? That's what we're going to put in there. So I'd like to make it a plan for it to be a required course, aim it at juniors, so that we can talk about personal finance as it might play into students' interest in post-secondary education planning. If we had it as a senior year, if you take it second semester senior year and then got some insight on how you wanted to plan your finances, but you'd already applied for school, if that was part of your planning, then having that junior year would be more helpful. So it would be components of personal finance and other components that are currently covered in the independent living course. So we'll just be some mergers of those things, and then also just to have it as part of a requirement for graduation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Can you describe, Mick, a little bit more of sort of the standards or the components that will, I mean, some of it seems obvious to me and other pieces not so much.
Sure, and I guess a little background on it too. I was part of a manufacturers association meeting last year, and they were talking about with their workers in retention, some of the businesses are seeing the greatest success in keeping their employees were the employees that were able to manage their finances. So the ones that were able to budget well and to plan for their lifestyle, they could see that they had better attendance at work and then better retention. So the standards that would be in there, I guess I can't speak to specific numbers. I'd be happy to provide those when we look for approval in January. But it would be maintaining an independent budget. It would be looking at rental leasing, looking at mortgages, looking at how to apply for loans, whether that's for a car or for school loans. And then also just kind of daily life things, time and management, organizational skills. And those are part of the current course description for independent living as well.
Okay, thanks. That helps.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Wegland, thank you for sharing that, because you're right. They get out there and talk to numbers that don't know, people that don't balance a checkbook or check to see that their payments or the charges are proper on their credit card, and go over the pay stub with them too, because I've had a few and say, who is this FICA guy that takes so much money out of my check? You know?
And that FICA guy.
That's another one that just kind of throws me. I mean, if you could have also teach them to do all the other little things that we expect and they should be done throughout their childhood, but that's a good one to get them going and getting on the finance part. I like hearing that, and thanks.
And in the springtime, I had the opportunity to survey a number of our graduates, our alumni, just to get their perspective on the things that they wanted to pass on to students in this year, and also our graduates going out. And there were a number that cited that course were some of the most beneficial things that they were able to apply moving forward. And that kind of hit students across different plans moving forward. So whether they went on to continuing levels of education, went on to school, and depending on different degrees, those that with individual interests highlighted, of course, courses like Mixed Nicholson's if they went on to, advanced mathematics, but some others, maybe not so much. But that was kind of a common theme for them, was to see that those were skills that they were needing to use right away.
Thank you. That's super helpful. Any other comments or questions for Mick?
This is Mike. I have a question about, you want to make it a required course in junior year?
That's correct. As it currently stands, this is an elective opportunity, so students can take either personal finance or independent living. And just from the feedback that we've gotten from students and from the Manufacturers Association on the benefits for students transitioning into adulthood as it relates to planning for their future, that it seems like a good move that we could help students be better prepared for life after high school.
What kind of courses would we would kids not be taking in that case if they were required to take that one?
It would take up an elective credit. 1/2 elective credits would be a semester-long course.
Right. It's I'm old, I know, but it seems like to make it a requirement is for something that I wouldn't think that every student needs. But you hear enough about how everybody thinks every student needs it, so maybe it's not a bad idea. But I know we lowered our requirements for graduation, the number of credits required. So this would either bump that back up, or it would bump it back up. But anyway, it's just it's hard for me to see that as a required course. I would think that there would be ways to learn that stuff, and even maybe before junior year in high school. Maybe that's a little late for learning that, but I carry on. I appreciate it. I appreciate the effort going into it.
You know, there's quite a bit of work that's already been done. Abby Schroeder, when she was with us, the district put together a great curriculum, and Steve Clark already has components together. So we'd be merging some work that's already been done on their part as well. And I would say that with it being offered, some students are not electing to take it. I also think that there are students that are pursuing higher level academic courses and skip over some of our elective opportunities sometimes. So I think this would be a way to kind of guide them towards seeing the value in this course too. I don't know if we would have to up the graduation requirement. Students have the opportunity to earn 32 credits. I believe the requirement is 28 to graduate, starting with next year's class with the addition of the study hall opportunity. So I don't know if we would have to increase the graduation requirement. It would just be an opportunity to fill it.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it, Mick.
Molly, your turn.
All right. Thank you all for having me, and congratulations to our board members who are ending their terms with us. Thank you for your service. And Pam, thanks for coming back. We appreciate it a great deal. I know I've watched many meetings sort of on the edge of my seat, trying to find out what's going to happen to my future. So it's weird to be presenting at a board meeting now. But I'm here to talk about a new elective class in the language arts department called Native Literature. It was sort of born at an open house night when I overheard Principal Nemenich talking to a social studies teacher, and he was sort of schmoozing him into thinking about offering a Native history class. And I said, oh, it'd be really amazing if we could have a literature class happen at the same time and maybe find interdisciplinary ways for them to connect. So this is sort of one way to test those waters, to see what kinds of interests are out there, and to just sort of put front and center some literature that really needs that attention and should be a priority in our district, I believe, not only because we serve such a large and wonderful Native population at Prairie Island, but also because these are our first literatures as a country. So I'll focus on things like oral storytelling and the structure of that, and oral history. I do hope to bring in interdisciplinary elements so that they can do research projects sort of in the arts, or, researching other Native people and presenting on that kind of information. I have a lot of connections with living Native authors too. I have an MFA in creative writing, and I run a small press, a nonprofit literary press. And so, some of my authors are Native, but I also know a lot of authors from being a writer myself. And I'm hoping to be able to bring them in these really great new technological ways to visit the classroom and have kids interact with living, breathing, writing authors. So yeah, I'm really excited about it, and I'm really lucky to have the good support that I have in this district. And I should say thank you to the supportive people that have helped me get this class together and put it forth. So thank you, Jess and George, who were both huge supporters and players in this. And Prairie Island community members, Phil White and Nikki Buck, have helped a lot. And then the English department has been very supportive, especially Joni Heineman and Rachel Wark. So thanks to those folks. It takes a village to put these things together. So it's really nice to have a huge network, making sure that I'm doing this right by the kids.
Well, this is marvelous. This is great news. Thanks for sharing tonight.
Thank you.
I'm excited for the future now. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm just really pleased. Thank you.
Yeah, I know if people could see Molly's proposal, I mean, I think you'd be awestruck. I mean, it is very well done and very respectful and encouraging. And in addition to what Molly said is, we're also, Molly and others are working with a Native American Parent Committee. So the idea was shared just recently, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of support from that group as well to make this the most meaningful experience possible. So thank you, Molly, for working with so many others to make this happen.
So this is on for next year for our seniors could take this, right, Molly?
Yes. Yep.
So Andrew Fair would be perfect, don't you think?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I hope he takes it.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
It is exciting to think and be adding some different courses. I think that's really commendable. And, we need to, as a district, always be looking at ways that we can continually bring new things to our students. So this just makes us all very happy. So thank you for the effort and in doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did you have one more, Superintendent Anderson?
Tammy Mickelson is here to present the third course.
Hello, Tammy Mickelson. I'm a math teacher at Red Wing High School. And I just want to give a quick shout out to Tim Bowes for pushing the math department to get to the 21st century and offering our concurrent enrollment classes. Last year, anything beyond Algebra 2 and math is an elective credit. So yes, kids take AP Calculus as an elective credit, which is crazy to think about, not being required. So anything beyond Algebra 2 is elective. So last year with Minnesota State, we were able to add, when kids finish Algebra 2, we were able to not add, but change our courses so that when kids take college algebra, pre-calculus, calculus, and AP calculus, they get concurrent credit. They get college credit through Minnesota State, which is amazing. And at the time we wanted to add intro to stats, but we thought, well, let's just start with what we already have and get that under our belts before we add another. So that was just last year that now, so this current year, kids are getting college credit for college algebra, pre-calc, and calculus through Minnesota State. Jeff Finholm actually pioneered all of this 7 years ago, adding the U of M course of basic and applied stats. It's an amazing statistics course where kids do a lot of analytical thinking. They use Tinker plots, they do a lot of group work, and they use real world data. It's an amazing class. Kids can get a liberal arts math credit through the U of M, and then they can see how that transfers to their new college or the college that they choose. So the class that we are adding is an intro to stats class that is also through Minnesota State. It is different than Jeff's class. Both classes do teach statistics, but this class is more of a traditional stats class. It's more computational, and it has more of the basic hardcore calculations where they're calculating the mean, the standard deviation, and how far away are you from the mean and things like that. So the kids could take one of the classes or both classes. I guess it just kind of depends on where it fits into their flight path and what they're interested. If they want to get, the whole aspect of stats, they can certainly take both. If they're only, looking at what their college takes and what their college will approve, they can either look at the basic and applied stats or through the U of M or the Minnesota State Math 1230, which will be the intro to stats class. So any questions?
Go ahead, Mike.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Tammy. This is a class that I think should be required, a requirement. Statistics are used.
Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, you go, girl. Statistics are everywhere in this world, and as I use my Mark Twain quote, there's lies, there's damned lies, and then there's statistics. And people really need to understand statistics in order to figure out what is going on when people are throwing statistics at you. The only other thing that would make this complete would be if we had an informal logic course required in the school, so that everybody would be able to understand whether somebody is arguing from a real position and deducting to their logical point, or whether they are arguing in a circle and saying something and then supporting it by saying it again. But that's a whole nother story, and I don't hold my breath for that. But the two vital things that everybody should understand is informal logic and statistics. So thank you, Tammy.
Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Molly and Tammy, thank you very much for that information, as Nick did too there. He provided very good information on kids, what they need. You provided I could see the enthusiasm on Molly's face when she was talking about it, and the excitement on Tammy's going forward too. So thank you for sharing that, and I look forward for reports down the road as to how it's going and how it's working. So thanks.
I'm always happy to hear and see that there's more concurrent classes being offered, and I know that's no easy task. I know there's a lot that goes behind being able to offer that, because our teachers have to have a certain level of education and extra classwork to be able to pull that off. So I appreciate the effort of our administration and certainly our teachers for being willing to do that, because I do know and recognize that that's a lot of extra work that is needed to be able to pull that off. So thank you. I'm excited. I love stats, so maybe I'll tune into that one. Thanks, Tammy. Anything else?
You can audit it.
Pam too, just for her backbone on this. I'm sure she also was quite a contributor to helping these great teachers do this. So thanks to Jess and our great department. So great job, teachers and admin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And before I go, yes, I also want to thank Jess for all of her work getting all of this through, and George, it takes time. And, there is a lot of communication that needs to be done with Minnesota State and the U of M, and it's great that we can offer so many credits where kids can just show up to high school, hopefully here, and be able to, get college credit while they're right in the high school walls. It's just awesome that we're expanding and adding more classes where kids can continue to get college credits towards wherever, their passion leads them. And I also want to thank all of you board members. I know it's endless hours of time that you guys put in, and Mike, Janie, and Heidi sat across the table from all of you, and so I did this at the end. But your hours are very much appreciated. Thank you.
You can tell that's why Tammy and I are such good friends. So
Yeah, pick it up, my friend.
Well said, Tammy.
Yeah.
So this will be hard to follow this up, but I did want to tell you guys where the process was and how this got to here, so that you kind of know the next steps. So first it goes through the departments, and they kind of talk about where it fits, and then we talk about where does it fit as far as courses that need to be replaced based on putting new ones in, because we can't continuously add classes with staffing. So we talk about what we take out and to make sure we can go forward with this. So it went through that, and then also the curriculum and instruction team asked a lot of good questions. A lot of community members and parents asked some good questions, and then it went to talk about course descriptions, and now we're here. So then that'll be part of the 3 new courses for when you guys adopt, hopefully, the new packet of information, new courses for Red Wing High School. So thank you all.
Well, and a big thanks to you, Jess.
if I could just quick add, I'll go back to what Pam was talking about too. It's nice to be able to offer these classes. This is what will separate Red Wing from other districts around us. And that's why these types of classes are really important. And we have quite a few already, but this is what will help separate us. And obviously that's something that's very attractive for our district.
Absolutely. Thanks for saying that, George, because you're exactly right. We do need to make sure that we're offering the newest and the latest, and always making sure that it is, believe it or not, we are in competition with other districts and schools. So this is important. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks.
Great. All right. Any last things on the course changes? All right, then we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, school board reports. There's committee meeting minutes there for operations, personnel, and our special operations committee meeting. Why don't we, just for the public's sake, do you want to give just a quick update, Arlen, on the operations committee? Anything that you'd like to share?
Well, I don't think there's really much. We had a extra meeting or two involved with the solar land lease and that the board approved here at our last special board meeting. So yeah, maybe some people aren't up on it, but we had a special board meeting before the workshop, or not sure what the right term is for our new incoming board member orientation. We approved the leasing of 10 acres of land around the communication tower for a solar lease, which will generate if just under $500,000 if they take it for 25 years, and over $750,000 if they take the entire 35-year period. So otherwise, there really not much was taking place in the last 2 weeks.
Thank you. Any updates from personnel?
We'll be talking a lot about ours coming up, but I guess just quickly, that director of technology is on the consent agenda. We had a lot of discussion even at our last board meeting just about what that looks like for the future, and I think that will continue. And then it sounds like, again, the grievance has been settled, so that is good news. And then we'll be hitting that closed session for negotiation. So, I had asked Carson, it sounds like we're all shored up for negotiations at this point, so I'll hand that off in January to whoever else is new on that negotiations team. So have fun.
Thanks for that. Policy and legislative, any updates there?
Sure. So we had a meeting prior to our legislators meeting, and I just want to point out to new board members coming in and the ones that will be remaining, all of the advocacy group, education advocacy group legislative platforms for 2021 are listed in there. Typically that our committee reviews all those and tries to just pick out some commonalities. So you get some common messaging reinforcement across your advocacy efforts for the legislative session. So I would urge you to take a look at those. We are members of MSBA and MREA, the Minnesota Rural Education Association also. And then we also include schools for equity in education. That's kind of a mixed group of large schools and small schools. MREA is usually small. MSBA is all inclusive. Every single district belongs, at least, this year, and typically we're at 99 or 100% of districts across the state. And then AMSD is the Association for Metro School Districts. And even though you think, well, those are the metro areas, but there's a lot of commonalities as far as special ed, equalization pieces. So I would urge people to take a look at that. And you also have Sherry Johnson's School Finance Working Group presentation and full report. So pay attention to those things. Those are huge drivers in the next several years of education funding. And it comes like at a difficult time when we're experiencing such financial grimness ahead, perhaps in the state budget, not so much as this biennium, but the next one. So you may find that people are shoring back this session because they're anticipating worse ahead. So anyway, if for the new folks that are listening, those things are out there on the horizon. Briefly from MSBA, there are officer workshops and negotiation seminars coming up in the spring too, after the leadership conference. I believe with Mike, the departure of Mike and I, no one on the board has done a negotiation seminar. So you might want to look into that, especially new folks. And then officer workshops. There are 2 people running for my director seat at the leadership conference. So I will be with you, or I retain that directorship until that next election. So I will see you again at the leadership conference. And then a little bit of a brief breakdown of the federal aid package that hopefully got passed. They have set aside $82 billion for local schools and higher education. And MSBA is saying $54 billion is being cut out for K-12. And also $4 billion for the governor's discretionary fund. We benefited, public schools in Minnesota benefited from the governor's discretionary fund last time around. And then $7 billion for broadband. We are fortunate here in Red Wing that most of us have pretty good service, but it's an equity issue across the rest of the state. And then $10 billion for childcare and $22 billion for state and local COVID health related issues too. So I don't know if that's where the school district might experience another carve out from a county government or a state government as far as those discretionary funds go. And of course, $10 billion childcare supports the workers we have, the children that are in the seats. So be on the lookout for that. Those are some preliminary numbers. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Heidi. I'm going to miss your MSBA updates. We're going to have to probably still call you and get those. Let's see, finance. Anything to share about finance, Mike?
No, we're not having a meeting this month. Everything is topsy-turvy in finance, but we're doing pretty well considering.
Thank you. Any other GCED? Is there anything you want to share about that, Arlen?
Not really. With those certificates of participation, we did have to go back to another meeting here last week to approve that as a board, and that is completed, or should be completed now with the signatures. And so that's pretty much covers it for now.
Okay, thanks. Any other committee updates that anyone would like to share?
Last thing, Chair Rowe, I'm going to bring it up when we talk about the Health Partners rebate, but I just wanted to make sure you knew we had met it as an LMC committee, and then I'll comment on it when we hit that, but that'll be coming just so everybody knows.
Okay, thanks. Then administrative reports. Anything else to share with us, Superintendent Anderson?
I'll just highlight 2 topics in my report. First of all, a quick update about the survey of families open enrolling out of the district. Dawn Wettern has taken the lead on this. She's focusing on this year's families, largely because our EdFi and Student Services Coordinator had called parents this past summer and into the fall if they did not adequately complete their request to go to a different school district. So she actually called many families to find out, their reasons for leaving. So we have much of that data already. And so Don will be working with her over the, I'm sure she has been working with her and kind of wrap that up for this year's families. And then we can talk about, calling from previous years. So just a quick update. And then finally, online learning provider. Sherry gave a presentation a few meetings ago about, their application for providing online only services. And, I've met with her since then just to verify what exactly is proposed, because I think that's really important. And it seems like a good option for us to continue to participate in. We could participate under GCD's umbrella, but participating students would continue to be our students. Our teachers would still continue to be our teachers. And there'd be a very nominal cost. if it's hundreds of dollars or a few thousands of dollars for us to participate on a yearly basis. The biggest concern I have is that right now their application does not include grades K through 3. And in my mind, that is a critical piece of this. I will say, though, that we still need to present information to the administrative team to make sure that we fully understand what's going on there, and then we can, certainly move forward. But I just wanted to give an update on both of those things.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments for Superintendent Anderson? All right, then the next thing on our agenda is the consent agenda. Anybody need to or want to pull anything off of the consent agenda for tonight?
Arlen would like to pull item 9.
Item 9 is the hiring of Mike Pagel as interim director of technology.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
I could pull the minutes from the 7th off. I just want to comment, I just want to make a comment on them, that's all. So,
From the 7th, Jim?
12?
yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Jamie will make a motion to approve the consent agenda with those 2 items taken off.
Do I have a second? Anyone?
Heidi Jones, second.
Thank you. Motion made by Janie, seconded by Heidi to accept the consent agenda minus number 9 and pulling the minutes of December 7th. We'll begin with a roll call vote of Janie Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. All right, discussion on number 9.
All right. The reason I pulled this is Mr. Pagel is a full-time principal and he's taken on these other duties. And I just think, in my opinion, the $15,000 stipend is excessive. So I'll be voting no on that.
And if I could explain just a little bit about this particular proposal. I did include kind of a background information sheet for why I was included in the consent agenda, including some of the bulleted points or things that personnel committee for $15,000 for the year. That does include extra days from this past summer that he spent working on technology, and so that's a chunk of that pay.
Any other discussion?
Could you clarify how many extra days, Carson?
We came to the conclusion that it would be, $15,000. I don't have the exact number of days to share, but I would guess that it's somewhere between probably 5 and 8 or even 5 to 10, plus extra work that he's doing during the school year.
Any other discussion on number 9?
By the way, if I could also add, I think it was already brought up earlier in today's meeting, but I did talk to Jess and Mike just recently about next year, and we're going to formulate some different possibilities, as far as moving forward. So that we won't have one of our principals also do that work. Of course, we have cost constraints. We have other competing priorities. We really have to weigh it out. But that would be our preference, is to step into a different kind of arrangement. And I know the personnel committee members, brought that up as well.
Right, we did talk a lot about the sustainability of that position. And being able to make sure that our principal is giving enough time to the school, that he or she needs to be supervising, administrating, but also the technology piece is a part of the referendum promise that we have made to the community. And so we want to make sure that we are doing that position fair justice as well. Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Arlen brings up a good point, good question on it. And Mr. Pago does a nice job as principal there. There's no doubt about it. He's right, young guy, handles technology. And I'm smart enough to realize technology is the future, and I surround myself with good people on it. Not that I'm the one that can take it on. But I guess I'm a little coming from the private sector to a degree, and I think that maybe Arlen is, and I don't want to put words in his mouth. But we all here struggling on the business side, making ends meet to hopefully get business in, doing more with less. So I guess I'm not saying he isn't entitled to something. I'm not so sure 15,000 is it, like Arlen said, before the 8 to 10, whatever days you had, plus a few extra things. So it's not that I don't value him. It's not that I don't think he can bring a lot to the table, but I think it's where we're at right now. It's higher than I can go along with as well.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up, Jim. Just so I have a chance to clarify, you know, the rough estimate for additional days were for last summer, you know, like from July 1st until the beginning of the school year. You know, he's also spent some days on weekends. He spends a lot of extra hours, you know, over and above what he does as the principal. And so really it's more than just a few days last summer. It's a comprehensive work that he's been doing, especially implementing it for the first year. One thing that, you know, Kevin Johnson used to do a lot of the infrastructure and a lot of the recommendations for instructional technology. When we moved over to our new arrangement, you know, we have Charlie McLaughlin serving as the infrastructure technology systems administrator, and then Mike took on kind of the instructional technology piece as well as kind of oversight. Mike is doing more of that kind of work than what Kevin used to do, you know, when he was you know, also served as director of technology. So there's been some kind of shifting. That's why Charlie's salary didn't increase as much as what we had estimated last May. And that's, you know, another reason why the suggestion is to pay Mike that $15,000 amount.
Heidi.
I'll make a motion that we approve the $15,000 for Mike Pagel's stipend.
Mike will second.
All right, and then Janie, you had your name in the queue.
I guess I don't know if I suppose we can comment now that we've taken it off the consent agenda, but you know, if I remember from our personnel committee discussion, this was within the budget because we had cost savings in other areas, right, Karsten? So I just wanted to share that with the group too. And then my other question was, is this stipend for the whole year, or is the board going to expect another stipend for another half of the year?
Oh yeah, this would be the stipend for the entire fiscal year, so it's a 12-month stipend.
Thank you.
All right, so Heidi made the motion to accept the hiring of Mike Pagel as interim director of technology at $15,000 for the 2021 school year, seconded by Mike. Any other discussion?
Mike, this is Mike. I'll just say that the work that he did and accomplished over the summer to get our district up to the level that it's at now is fairly incredible. Definitely a lot of effort and time went into it. $15,000 well spent, if you ask me. My concern is maintaining that type of schedule forever. So I'll be gone, but that'll be your all's problem. But it's definitely worth the 15 grand. Like you said, we got some money savings in some places, and we spent it in a very effective manner. Mike's done a great job.
All right, we will go ahead and vote on that motion. We start the roll call with Heidi Jones.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
No.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
No.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So that passes 4-2. And then we wanted to talk about the minutes from 12/7.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Reason I'm pointing out 5.4, summary of evaluation of superintendent, and based upon the fact that we weren't had the luxury of reviewing the investigation until on the 8th, and I reviewed that, and I want to have a conversation with the chair on that. I'm not publicly talking about it at all here. I'd like to, after seeing that, I cannot be in favor of the wording of the public summary of the superintendent evaluation that's in the minutes from the 7th of December. So I'll just be voting no on that on the minutes. I wanted to clarify that so you had a reason why I was voting no.
Okay. Any other discussion on that? All right, so
I'll make a
will-
motion that we approve the minutes from December 7th.
Janie will second.
Okay, any other discussion? We start the roll call with you, Mr. Bryant.
No.
And Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Heidi Jones,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So that passes 5-1. All right. Next on our agenda is donations and grants.
Yeah, I'd like to highlight a couple of the donations. First from Evie Sweezy and Suzanne Blue for their generous donations to support technology at Jefferson School. And, once again, they're such unbelievably strong supporters of our community. And it was just demonstrated one more time with these generous donations. So thank you, Evie and Suzanne, for your continuing support of the school district and community. It's been a blessing.
And I also appreciate the other donation by the Newmans. It seems a very personal, targeted support, and I appreciate that too. I think every contribution counts, so thanks to those folks.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I'll echo everything that has been said. I happen to know Mr. William Sweezy when he was alive. What a wonderful man. Him and his Evie went to school with one of their daughters. Great community people, great supporters, the whole Sweezy family, Suzanne included, supporters of the community. And it speaks also of Neil and Kim Newman, who stepped up, who both are teachers in our district, to help with an educational portion of somebody at Tower View. It doesn't look big compared to the other two, but it's big for two other people that are going to benefit from it. So thank you to all 5 of them and I know Mr. Sweezy is no longer with us, but we wish him, the Sweezy family and everybody, thank you very much to make this even a better school district.
Thank you very much. All right.
With that, I'll move approval of the
Okay.
donations and grants.
Thank you. Second, do I have a second?
Second.
Moved by Heidi, seconded by Jim. We'll take a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So those donations are accepted 6-0. Thank you very much. Oh, well, let's see. We've already gone to business item 4.1 and 4.2. Business item 4.3 is the grade configurations for next school year.
If I could just give a brief introduction and then hand it over to Mr. Palmatier and Mr. Nemenich for the formal presentation. We are moving ahead with planning for next school year. And I know even during the special session, Mr. Goggin mentioned, that it's going to take time for us to get back to where we were or close to where we were, before COVID. And we recognize that. And so we're really pushing forward to make some decisions early in 2021 so we can move ahead with planning and placing staff members. But I'll let George and Jay explain what the administrative team's recommendation is. By the way, I chose these two because their buildings, Twin Bluff Middle School and Red Wing High School, are the ones most greatly impacted by the changes this year and into next year. So I thought it'd be appropriate for them to take the lead on presenting.
Good evening, board members. First off, just thanks to Mike, Heidi, Janie, and Arlen for your service. I've enjoyed working with all of you. Carson asked George and I to present information on the 21-22 school year. And a couple of things we just want to make clear here too. I mean, of course, we want all of our students to safely return to school. And, and what we're talking about for 21-22 is in response to our current situation. And really, it is not unusual for us to start looking at next year as building principles to the subsequent year. So I know that there were some comments that we had about why so soon, but really this is the time that George and I would start considering what it looks like for next year. So I'm going to present to you the same presentation that we presented to staff at all of our buildings. All the principals did the same presentation to all staff members on 12/15. So that's the same presentation that I'm about to show you. And then, of course, if you have questions, you can certainly follow up with those. So I'm going to start this. Okay. 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 So this is the administrative team proposes to have K-6 in 3 or 4 schools and 7-12 in Red Wing High School for the 21-22 school year. The reasons for the recommendation, and again, I want to be clear, this recommendation is for 21-22. And the model that we are currently in is the only model that will cover all 3 scenarios. That's distance learning, hybrid, and in-person. We believe that districts will have in-person learning next year, but COVID response should remain fluid. This recommendation may need to change during the summer depending on a variety of factors, county infection rates, MDA recommendation, vaccine availability, and usage rates. And these are a number of important considerations to make. The Jefferson decision, whether we keep it open or closed, could be made later in the year, spring, summer, because we believe that the other buildings would be able to absorb both staff and students depending on conditions out there. Other considerations, of course, are elementary specials and the schedule. That is, how do we accommodate, or how do we make sure that our students are getting art, phy-ed, and how that schedule will look. High school offering and their schedule as well. Transportation services, what are our busing zones? Will it be 1-tier, 2-tier? And food service delivery as well. Other considerations, improving the 21-22 schedule via staff feedback. Again, we built a schedule this year, but there are things that we would do or could do differently. And those are other considerations as well. As it is, Kids Junction and Colville delivery will remain the same. And conversations, of course, need to take place with our various bargaining groups for next year. Reasons for the timing of the decision. Why are we doing this now? As I said, despite promising news of COVID vaccine, there are significant uncertainties that will likely not be resolved this spring. A January decision is preferred, so Red Wing High School registration can be completed in a timely manner. Staff members know 21-22 assignments, and families will know their school assignments earlier. And this is the last slide as we solicited feedback from teachers and other EAs, other bargaining groups as well. Your feedback is important as we plan for 21-22. So we have collected the thoughts, questions, and we're still going through them. And what we did in the fall is we collected all of them and put together kind of a Q&A response for staff. And we're currently putting that together right now. So that is the presentation that we presented to our staff. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palmatier. Mr. Nemenich, do you have things that you'd like to add to that?
Just, you know, I'd open it up for questions. I think the one issue for the high school that Chris had on one of the slides is the need to get started fairly early. And Chris kind of alluded to that at the very beginning, is that, you know, when you start planning for the next year, really now is the time to start doing that, at least the preliminary planning. So that's kind of why this is kind of an important thing to be considering at this point. And as we all know, we're hearing about vaccinations, and that could affect how we do school next year. You know, possibly being much more in person. That's my hope. But we have to be prepared for all scenarios regardless.
Arlen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You're looking for feedback from the board tonight based on what I'm reading here. No recommendation for tonight. You're prior to a discussion in January. And I'll just let you know I'm on board with this plan as long as we feel that there is enough space in the high school to accommodate 7th grade, and we made that decision last year, so I assume we aren't having our enrollment increasing, so I would think it's going to continue to work. So I'm totally on board with this.
You know, Arlen, I'll just speak to that real quick because I think that's going to probably come up again. We do have the space. Yes, I mean, it is tight, and it would certainly be tight with the going back full in. But we can accommodate that. That's not something that would be, you know, so difficult for us. I mean, what's going to happen is there are going to be some classrooms that are going to have to be utilized every class period. Okay. So there are going to be some teachers that might be displaced from their classrooms during their prep and things like that. And that's not uncommon in many high schools. You know, that's a fairly common practice. We've had the luxury of having a very, very large building for a number of years. And so, but we can definitely accommodate, as you mentioned, Arlen, that we wouldn't have made this recommendation last summer if we couldn't have done that, because we knew that in-person is still a possibility this year. So yeah, we can definitely accommodate it.
I'm laughing at the queue. Jim, I think you're up next.
Too many cancels there. I wasn't paying attention there.
I know.
Yeah, okay, got all kinds of people here. Thank you for the information. I shared this with the superintendent on the 2nd. I'd like to have information given to me ahead of time. So in the future, if you'd send us your thing in the future, we can read it instead of having to take time to read it to us. So I appreciate you doing that in the future. I like the idea. I think the fact that you have a additional assistant principal at the high school gives you a little bit more administrative level support to handle another grade. And secondly, on top of that, our declining enrollment, we talked about it earlier. It's going down. It's going to go down even more, I think, as we go forward with all this distance learning and hybrid, and because people are finding out other alternatives we're hearing. So I like the idea of 7 through 12 there. I'm be very cautious about keeping Jefferson open after starting in September of next year. But I'll be happy to listen to the information, how it goes, because for declining enrollment, back to the declining enrollment, if we have less students, we have to look at what our building configurations will be for that too. So, but thanks for sharing that. I believe you're absolutely right about getting planning ahead of time already. It's before you know it's 2021 school year, 22, 20, however you do it there. The next school year is going to be upon us as we're wrapping up this year. So thank you for coming and sharing that with us. And I like what I hear.
Janie.
Thanks. And of course, Jim did touch some of the things I wanted to bring up, but thank you. You know, I guess I just wanted to encourage, and I had already told Karsten this, but with me leaving, you know, of course, make sure we get parents and the community members' perspective on this and input, which I know you guys will do, because obviously I appreciate that you guys have the dates for that. This is for, you know, the 21-22 school year and such, but I think we are going to have to be out there and kind of do a PR, you know, communication plan about it in a way and talk about this, because I know that was one of my first questions, George, was how are we going to fit everybody in? But you know, on the idea of decreasing class size, I mean, maybe this is going to be a cost savings that we're just going to have to do, and it's a good alternative for us. A lot of school districts or towns our size do configurations like this, so it's not outside the box, and I think it's exciting. It definitely is some of the things that I've always advocated for when I've been on the boards. It'll be interesting where it goes on the future, but I just think it'll be important to get teachers and parents and even some of the students' ideas on this. So thanks, you guys, though. I think it's really forward thinking, which is important these days. So great job.
Thanks, Janie. Arlen.
Yeah, I don't really want to hog the mic here, but I just wanted to follow up with what I said, that I'm supportive, and I think it's really ideal to attempt to do this again next year with 7th grade there, with the addition of Mr. Matzik to the administration. I think it's ideal. I really think this is the way to go, and it's my hope that we can go and do this next year without COVID hovering over our heads, limiting our schooling to hybrid and stuff, but rather have a full in-person school, and hopefully we can interact, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we're going to get through this and be in a much better situation by the end of the summer. So I really want to see us try to function this way with the 7th grade there in a regular year, or as close to it as possible.
Thank you. I would just echo my fellow board members in saying that I think it's really important to be thinking ahead. When I heard this plan earlier this week, I was excited to think that, you know, we've already got the wheels in motion. The one thing that, and I know I've talked with Mr. Palmentier about this before, but if we're going to have the younger kids at Twin Bluff for another school year, I would really encourage us to think about some more playground equipment to make it a more user-friendly, younger space for younger kids. So that's just my own 2 cents. Any other comments? All right, well, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your time this evening. Next on the agenda would be the approval of the tax levy. And
Jackie is available. You can see the background information, and then the recommendation is to certify the 2021 tax levy at the amount listed. But Jackie's here to answer any questions.
There have been no changes since I presented the Truth in Taxation meeting last week. Are there any questions? Or not last week, 2 weeks ago.
Any questions for Jackie?
No, our numbers are stable and we're going down a little bit, but that's due to our declining enrollment, right? So kind of like good news, bad news. Yeah. So I will make the motion to certify the 2021 tax levy for Red Wing Public Schools in the amount of $11,144,376.10, and to direct the business manager to forward the certification to the county auditor and/or other entities as required.
Mike will
Thank you, Heidi.
second.
Motion made by Heidi, seconded by Mike. Any discussion? Seeing none, we will go to a roll call vote, starting with Arlen.
Aye.
Janie?
Aye.
Heidi?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 6-0. Thank you. Thanks for staying on, Jackie.
Thank you.
He has the next
Heidi,
item
I
as
will
well.
need you to sign the certification.
Oh, I knew you
kind
were
of as your
gonna
last
do
roll.
that. Yeah. Will do. When is that, Jackie?
Thank you.
This week?
Yeah, I'll have it to Lisa in the morning. So if you can step up this week, I have to have it to the county auditor by the 28th.
Okay. Thanks.
When you are on the agenda for the next item, Jackie, which is the Health Partners rebate.
All right. So in November, Health Partners announced that it was giving a rebate to all its participating entities as a way of business relief for the tough COVID years. At that time, we did not know the amount. The amount came out with our December 1st billing. We proposed to the LMC that we divide the rebate amongst all the payees by how much they paid out of pocket between January 1st and November 30th. With that, about $9,000 will go back to our employees for their out-of-pocket costs. $58,000 will stay with the district for the share they had paid, and about $9,000 will go out to our retirees.
Any questions for Jackie on this, Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In all the years I've been involved in insurance, this is the first time I ever heard of an insurance company giving a rebate. Wonderful news. With that, though, I will be abstaining from the vote since I pay in there as my wife's a retiree, so I will not be voting. I'll be abstaining from any vote that goes forward on this.
And maybe if I can just add, Pam and Jackie, you always correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to make sure everybody knew on the board that we had a really lengthy, good discussion about this at the LMC committee. And everybody got a chance to kind of talk about it and brainstorm, and most of the group and all of them were invited. So I just want to make sure everybody knew that. And we did have some questions about kind of what was the easiest way for our staff to disperse this and make this happen so it wasn't cumbersome and such. And again, this was a recommendation that Jackie and Amy and Carson had brought to the committee, and that's what was passed in the end. So I just want to make sure everybody knew that we had a good discussion about it and everybody was aware of it and knew about it. Of course, there were questions about why we're getting a rebate at this time when our premiums had gotten hiked up so much, but we're going to take it as a blessing. So and I'll leave it at that. But yeah, if anybody has other questions about the committee meeting, but I'm glad we got to do that. I think it just to be transparent and make sure all the groups knew what was going on. So I'll make a motion to accept. I don't have the wording in front of me. Sorry. The motion.
I can read it. I move to direct the business office to allocate the Health Partners premium credit between the district staff and retirees not on Medicare based on out-of-pocket premiums paid between January 1st, 2020 and November 30th, 2020.
Thank you. I'll move that motion.
Do I have a second?
Mike will second.
All right. And Arlen, your name is in the queue.
As you probably suspected, and if you don't, I guess I have to tell you, I will be abstaining for this vote, same as Jim.
All right. We will take a roll call vote, starting with Janie Fair.
Aye.
Heidi Jones.
Aye.
Jim Bryant is abstaining. Mike Christensen.
Aye.
Arlen Derricks,
Abstain.
and chair votes aye. So that passes 4 and 2 abstaining. Okay. Moving right along, we got to cancel the next item on our agenda, which was the grievance. And then now we go into a closed session for negotiation strategy.
I'll make the motion to go into a closed session to discuss our negotiating strategy.
Jim will second.
All right, let's vote on closing the session. Heidi Jones,
Aye.
Jim Bryant,
Aye.
Mike Christensen,
Aye.
Arlen Derricks,
Aye.
Jeannie Fair,
Aye.
chair votes aye. So that's 6-0. We will go into a closed session and open back up here in a few minutes.
And by the way, what I did is during the meeting today, I sent you a different meeting invite for this closed session. So Ms. Paradis and the board members, well, and I will need to go to that new link and click on that to join the closed session.
And then leave this one open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can close out and then, at the end, we can certainly go back.
We want to come back to this one when we're out of that closed session.
Right.
Can we take about 5 minutes before we go there? Madam?
Yes, please. Let's take a recess. We'll meet back up at 8:50. Does everybody have the link? Because I don't seem to have it.
I'm looking for it.
I got it. It was sent. I see it was sent to me. So maybe they want to send it to you guys. So,
Would have been sent, it's a 8:00 start.
Oh,
is it a Karsten email or a Lisa?
Yeah, it's from me.
Okay.
Carson's back. It's 9:43. We'll reopen our regular meeting. We've been in closed session and we're reopening. The final piece of our agenda tonight is upcoming meetings, which January 4th is the next school board meeting right
None.
here. So we will miss you, Mike and Heidi and Janie.
We will miss you
Other
all as
meetings
well.
Yeah.
It's gonna be strange not having you here.
It'll be strange not being there, even though we're not there.
True. I know. You got a lot of
Sunday
Mondays.
nights are gonna be lonely nights for you guys.
I don't think so.
Well, when you're
No.
missing us, you can always tune in on YouTube.
Yeah.
And we can turn it off at 8 o'clock too. So there.
That's right.
Done.
And
Well,
thanks
Parky
everybody.
doesn't want to adjourn, but we maybe should take a motion for
Motion
that.
to adjourn.
We'll give that to you, Mike.
And how do you do the second? Our last meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Heidi. Anyone any other discussion? All right, Janie, we'll start you off with the vote to adjourn.
Excellent. It's been a pleasure, you guys. Aye.
Heidi?
Aye. Hold on.
Yes, Jim?
Aye.
Mike?
Peace out.
Arlen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thanks
We are
again.
adjourned. 9:45.
All right. You guys be good.
Bye.
Good.
Thanks, you guys.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Happy
to all.
holidays.
Take care.
Happy holidays to
Yeah.
all.
Yep. Take care.